make sure y'all check this out before.
It was Tipper Gore. She was the one who was in charge. She was leading the charge against. I think it was her. Make sure I'm right about that. Is that? I'm
not mad at that. That made rap music better.
You think so?
Hell yeah. Yeah, it's like made it more dangerous.
Oh, we put the extreme.
Yeah,
they were trying
like a rated R movie.
They were trying to ban some stuff though. They were trying to ban
like
certain kinds of music,
like
that was Florida. Florida's crazy. Don't fuck around in Florida. If they catch you in Florida, they arrest people for
anything.
You can get arrested for obscenity.
Yeah.
Just don't get arrested for swearing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what they got 2 Live Crew for. Explicit lyrics.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I'm good on all that.
Don't forget about that, right?
Yeah.
Like, those guys were like the Lenny Bruce of rap.
Right.
Like Lenny Bruce is a guy who got arrested a bunch of times for stand-up comedy. He wouldn't change his words and was swearing on stage. Brought into front of the court. That was a 2 Live Crew.
Imagine going to jail for
rap.
Yeah. That's crazy.
It's crazy. For saying something.
If
somebody doesn't like it, they want to put you in a cage.
Wow.
Because they don't like how you're saying.
Wow.
They don't like what you're saying. They don't like how you're saying it. Like, could you arrest someone if they just said that somewhere? What if they're in the comfort of their own house and they said the things that are in that? Is that illegal?
Yeah.
Could you yell it out the window?
Yeah.
Could I drive down the road yelling it out the window?
Right. You should be able to.
You should be able to. Who the fuck are you, man? Who the fuck are you to tell people they can't do that? But in Florida, they're like, nope, obscenity. For rap.
Florida's like its own world, though. Like, that's why when...
It's so its own world that it's being overrun with invasive species. A lady got attacked by an alligator just yesterday. You hear about that, Jamie?
I feel like that happens all the time down there.
It happens all the time, more often than not.
Yep.
More often, rather, than not. No, that's not even a good way to say it. More often
being a gator, not having nowhere to go. Just take it in Florida.
Want to eat some stupid lady. Yeah. Look at this dumbass slow bitch.
And I've been around for a long ass fucking time.
Yeah.
Hungry as fuck.
Yeah.
Florida's fucking crazy. Let's eat.
And you just look at that lady like she's so annoying. Yeah. Maybe no one will even notice.
I don't even eat ladies, but I'm gonna do it today.
Also, they eat people's dogs. That's what's fucked up.
It's a good snack. If you're an alligator. I love dogs though, so I don't know. But if I was a gator, a dog would be a good snack. For sure. I would
a good meal.
Prefer a dog than a lady.
Yeah, people have clothes on. They
exactly.
To adjust their sneakers and shit.
Yeah.
It's annoying.
Yeah. Shoes.
Yeah.
Tastes good.
If you didn't live in California, what state would you live in?
What state would I live in? Not Georgia, not Florida, not Pennsylvania, not New York.
Not New York, huh?
Nah.
Too crazy?
Might be upstate New York. Yeah, maybe upstate. It's too cold though.
Gotta worry about ticks too.
Yeah, fuck ticks.
Fuck ticks.
Man.
Oh, everybody gets Lyme disease out there.
Yeah. Damn. I don't know. I never thought about that.
The shit hits the fan.
I love California so much.
Tsunami rolls over us.
Maybe I'll go to Australia.
Every time I'm on the highway nowadays and it's jammed up, bumper to bumper, I just say, imagine if something happened. This is just Thursday. Just a regular Thursday. It's bumper to bumper.
Yeah.
Imagine if some shit went down.
That'd be fucked up. People wouldn't know what to do. When it rains out here, people don't know what to do.
They panic. They slam into each other. They know how to drive.
It's like, dog, it's just rain. It's just water coming out the sky.
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a strange place to live, right? Because people aren't tested out here by climate.
Yeah.
On the East Coast, they're tested by climate.
Yeah,
That wind comes, that snowy wind comes. You gotta fucking
prepare.
ride.
You gotta winterize your car.
Yeah.
You gotta get snow tires.
Yeah. That's
motherfuckers out here don't know about that.
They don't know.
Hell no.
They don't know. 350 tornadoes last week.
Where?
Yeah, I heard about
in
that.
the Midwest, wherever Tornado Alley.
Shit.
Yeah, they got ramped up. Yeah.
Damn.
That was like Ohio and where else? Kentucky, I think.
Yeah. But
I mean, I don't know if that's really because of climate change that those are ramping up. If they ramp up in unprecedented levels like that, and it becomes impossible to live in Ohio or Kentucky or anywhere with its tornadoes, can you imagine how nuts that is? We find out that the center of the country is just tornado, like a tornado bowling area.
Wow.
It's
That
a
would be
bowl
fucked.
filled with tornadoes.
Florida, you're just dodging hurricanes most of the year. You just get lucky if it doesn't happen where you are.
Yeah, you get lucky. Yeah, you're a dick sticking out into the ocean, and it's right where all the tornadoes get formed, or all the hurricanes get formed. They all get formed there. That's where they all go, right? It's like warmer waters.
Right, here we go. We're gonna get started right here.
Yeah, fuck hurricanes. I've been in a little baby hurricane before, and I was living in Boston, which is pretty far away from the ocean in terms of where my house was, and it was like, wow.
Yeah.
And that was a little baby one. It was nothing. By the time it got to us, it was nothing.
I lived in Japan for 2 years, and they used to have some crazy fucking earthquakes over there.
Oh, really? While you were there?
Yeah, they had earthquakes and typhoons.
You saw both?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah, hell yeah.
What was an earthquake like?
Bad. You never been in one here?
Yeah, I did a baby one.
Okay.
Like a 5.5.
Bro, like I'm talking a whole room just shaking. Like it's like a ride at Universal, like, because you see shit moving. It's like, damn, is this really happening? And this shit happens, bro. Like the earthquakes over there are insane.
Wow.
Yeah. And they get some crazy rain, like when the typhoons come. That shit gets really violent too.
Yeah.
Yeah. These, they hold it down.
What were you doing living over there?
My parents are military. My mom was in there for a little bit, but then she got out, and then my dad was in there. He got out but remarried. So that's how I stayed in the military. They was my stepmom. And I would move, we would live on base, you know what I mean, for like 2 years or whatever. And I would go back with my mom.
Wow. What was it like living in Japan?
It was crazy. Like, it was fun. I lived there in the late 90s. So it was like when technology was first changing, like music was just now going into MP3s and shit like that. So there was that. Pokemon was really popular over there. It was fun, like just being a kid, like running around fucking it up in Japan. It was cool. It was fun as hell.
That's an interesting little extra level to your brain, right?
Yeah.
You grew up those 2 years in a completely different kind of culture.
Yeah,
So you have a different understanding of what's possible.
right. 100%.
I think that's so big for kids, man. Show them shit.
Yeah, it helped out a lot for sure. Yeah, it was cool.
It has to, right? Like, as far as your perspective,
Yeah, it was
being
fun.
around. I've only been to Tokyo for a few days, only once, and I was like, "This is one of the trippiest places I've ever been in my life."
crazy.
So interesting.
It was crazy. Living there was wild. Like, no TV, like regular TV. They don't got any like American TV stations. So for 2 years, I was just like
Disconnected.
Yeah, like I didn't have shit. Yeah, it was
And
crazy.
this is before Netflix and YouTube, right? Right, before YouTube. Wow,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
That was probably really good for you.
No, it sucked. I couldn't watch wrestling.
But I bet it was really good for your brain.
No.
You don't think so?
I need that. I need my entertainment. Man. Fuck that, I need to be a part of the world. I couldn't buy all the CDs and shit that everybody was listening to. It was whack.
Did you learn to speak Japanese?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. Maybe Japanese just to get around and shit, but I forgot it though.
You forgot it all?
Not all of it, but it'll come back if I like. You know what I mean? You run me through it, but I can't. It wasn't difficult.
No?
Nah. It's not difficult. Reading it is difficult.
Oh,
Yeah, because they have symbols or characters. So it's like one character means like 3 of our words.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. and then they have like 3 different styles of writing too. So it's like we have print, cursive. They have 3 different ones.
Oh, that sounds so annoying.
It's weird.
On one hand, you don't want it to go away because it's an ancient language. On the other hand, you're like, can you clean this up, simplify this shit?
I honestly think they got it down pat. You know what I'm saying? They don't even want us to have fucking know that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like at the end of the day, they're like, we'll learn English if we want to, but if you want to learn Japanese, it's gonna be difficult, bro.
I want to learn some Asian language because I'm fascinated by reading like Twitter messages. From how many more characters they have.
Yeah.
They can write books.
Yeah.
140 characters. Like, how many words is that though?
Yeah.
That's a lot of fucking words.
True.
If it's 280.
True.
I mean, 280. Those Asian, whether it's Chinese or Japanese, those little symbols. That's a lot of talking, man.
Yeah. It's hard to put like the ingredients on shit.
Oh yeah. Imagine. Do they have symbols for numbers or just use numbers?
I forgot what the numbers look like. I think it's symbols.
Really?
Yeah.
Like
I don't
number
imagine
3.
that it's like 1, 2, and 3.
Oh wow. Right.
Yeah,
Must have something.
yeah.
I never even thought of that.
Yeah.
Like, what is let's go with Japanese. Does the Japanese language have symbols that represent numbers? Like you would write the letters THREE for 3, like that. Like you'd write 3, or you'd be the number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Do they have that in Japanese?
Nah, because Japanese is like each ni, san, shi. There's whole different words for it. So it's like one is ichi. So it would, however the symbol, however you spell that in Japanese. I'm starting to kind of remember what it looks like now.
Do you think if you can move back there right now, you can just get right back in the swing of things after a while?
Sure.
David Lee Roth moved there. From Van Halen, the lead singer of Van. He moved down there and took kendo lessons. He lived there for like more than a year.
I would probably appreciate it more now as an adult.
You think so?
Yeah. Because as a kid, you kind of just want to run wild and do everything that you see on TV. But,
so you must be annoyed you're stuck there.
It was kind of weird. You know what I mean? I was 13, like, wanting to, like, go crazy. It was fun for a little while, but, you want to go back home and shit. Like, you know what I mean?
Of course.
But as an adult, I feel like I would benefit a lot more from it. Yeah.
So, at this stage of your career, when you're looking at, like, what you're putting down, when you're making albums, when you're putting together your music, like what excites you the most about it?
I'm a huge fan of music in general, so I get just like the newest producers and shit, like, cause I like to go out, I like to enjoy myself, I like to have fun. So whatever is popping, like at that time, whatever the sound is, whether it's West Coast inspired or if it's down south inspired, I'm just interested in finding my own way of doing what's new and what my fans would love from me. Because like as a music person, you want something new every time. You don't want the old shit all the time. You could go buy that. So I just love creating it and just coming up with what's new, you know what I mean? Like, I work with the newest producers, I work with the newest artists, I work with, you know what I mean? I try to make my shit sound different every time. I always tell my engineer, I'm like, yo, let's fuck with the shit sonically so it don't sound the same as the last album. Like, come up with new ad-libs or just different shit to just kind of keep it fresh. Still do what people know me for, you know what I mean? But it's like just coming up with new ways of doing that. I get excited.
That's awesome to hear. I love it when someone loves what they're doing and it comes out great.
Yeah, thanks.
It's beautiful to see. It really is. And that, to me, is one of the most inspiring things that I get out of any artist. It's like hearing them talk about their process. I don't know why I always get jazzed up. I love it.
It's crazy for me because, like, there's different ways to do what I do. Like, I have so many ways. Like, I could sit there and just come up with some shit like brand new, or I have like the Oreo commercial with my son, where it's like there's a team of people who like come up with what could be the best for me, and I just do that shit, and then it just goes crazy. You know what I mean? It's like "See You Again." It's one of my biggest songs, and that song had like 8 different people on it, but I wrote 2 verses that the person who made the original song, I wrote 2 verses for it that they loved more than anybody else's song. I mean, anybody else's. So they gave me the whole record, and it ended up being one of my biggest songs. You know what I mean?
Wow.
So it's like the process of just like putting yourself in the situation and just being like, all right, cool, let's work. That's beneficial it's as beneficial as being, you know what I mean, a creative, just, or, you know what I mean, like, you just feel in that spot that people need you in. And I'm kind of at that point in my career because I worked so hard and grinded and done so many things and come up with so many waves and ideas that didn't exist before. Now I can use other people's ideas and just be myself and still get, you know, a really big effect on everybody. It's happy.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Dude, you living the life. You got it nailed.
Hell yeah.
Congratulations.
Hell yeah.
I had a great time. I'm talking to you, man.
Thank you,
I
bro.
really
I
appreciate
always
it.
time too.
Thank you,
Appreciate you too, bro.
Very nice. Thank you,
Yes,
sir. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
That's it, everybody. Bye.
Yeah.
That was Joe Rogan Experience 1306 Liz Khalifa. Up next, Joe Rogan Experience 1512 Ben Shapiro.
Hello, man.
Hey, how's it going? Dude, oh, thank you.
Slender and healthy. You look good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Turns out running away from my children for 4 months straight will do that too. I literally took up running just to get away from my children.
Just
Oh,
going
yeah.
outside just for some mind
But
space.
it's LA, man. You can't get outside unless you're actively exercising or they come and arrest you. Oh, I could have looted a Foot Locker, right? Then they would have. That would have been okay.
Do you run with a mask on?
No,
Does anybody yell at you?
no.
No. What do you go to a track? What do you do?
No, I literally just run around on the streets, hoping that one day I'll be hunted down by the rioters. So I don't have to go deal with my children screaming at me. But yeah, that's the goal.
Did you try to get healthier when COVID hit? Like, were you worried?
A little bit. Really wasn't about COVID. It was just I was eating out too much. When I was relegated to home, it was like I had to learn how to use the barbecue. Which I'd never learned how to use a barbecue, actually. And then it turned out it was actually not that hard. So I don't know what I was doing for years.
I can give you some elk. Are you barbecuing right now?
Yeah.
You still doing it?
Yeah.
I'll give you some elk sausage. It's
Oh, I
very easy.
have to do kosher, right? So I have to.
Oh, that's not
I'll
kosher
actually.
at all.
I'll have to go get the elk, and I'll have to actually like kill it myself.
Is that what you'd have to do? You'd have to get the elk and then you'd have to slice its throat or something like that?
Oh yeah, it's good times.
But what's the logic behind that?
So, I mean, not to get too fast into the biblical stuff,
Right.
but the original logic was that you were supposed to kill the animal in the most humane way, was the idea. Now, do I know if it's the most humane way now? I have no idea.
It's
but,
most certainly not.
okay, well,
Because you have to slice
take it
its
up with the
throat.
rabbis, man. And I don't know. I don't know.
I get it, how back in the day, a very sharp knife going through the throat would have been the most humane way because it's almost painless. And then the blood just sort of pours out, and that's a wrap.
Right. You don't want the blood anyway, because you're not allowed to eat blood in Judaism and stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So what do you do when you have a medium rare steak?
I mean, they salt the steak really heavily. This is why kosher meat's pretty salty.
So if you go to a steakhouse, are you allowed to go to a steakhouse?
Kosher steakhouse. There are kosher steakhouse.
God, you're so deep in that
I
world.
know, man.
But you're a logical, intelligent guy. It's part of it. Every now and then,
I like how you juxtaposed this.
but does every now and then it fuck with your head? You're like, what is this?
I mean, of course. And then when I don't know there's a religious person alive. I mean, who doesn't eventually go like, okay, it's a little weird, but all right. You got to embrace the system.
But we feel like for tradition and for just the whole Jewish culture, it's worth doing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you live the lifestyle, and I feel like it ain't that big a sacrifice to eat at particular restaurants. Restaurants just look good. It's so that good kosher restaurants.
One thing that we're seeing with society and culture in general, one thing that sort of does support the idea of maintaining these sort of rigid disciplines is that when things start to slide just a little, you lose like these little incremental, like I said, it's going down that way. This is not going to stop. It's sliding.
Oh yeah, and you saw it in LA. I mean, I lived in LA my whole life, and the move from LA being pretty safe, fairly nice city, suburban in orientation, to just overrun with horror shows is really it was a lot faster than I thought it would be. But it's sort of you're right. It's a gradual decline, and then it's just off a cliff.
Well, you started to see tents, and you didn't see them at all for decades. And then all of a sudden, I started seeing tents. I remember I was doing Fear Factor in Skid Row in the early 2000s. We would film down there, and I'd be like, this is crazy. Like, has anybody seen this? Does anybody know this? Because there was these homeless streets. Like, you would go down these gigantic, in downtown LA back then, for people who don't live in LA, you would think, oh, downtown LA was no man's land.
Nothing's going on in downtown LA.
It is now. Like there's
yeah.
well, was pre-COVID. It was like there was some bars and there was some really cool upscale apartment buildings. It was kind of picking up. But I took my family there before COVID, like 4 months before COVID or so. We're going to go to, there's a famous donut place there. So we said, just one of those goofy Sunday things. Like, what do you guys want to do today? Let's go get donuts. So we went to downtown LA. Like, holy shit. Literally shit. Human shit. On the streets. Everything smelled like piss. Bums everywhere. And I'm like, okay, stay close to me. Stay over here. If anybody comes near you, move closer to me. Like, Jesus Christ. This is crazy. I don't want them to be freaked out, but I'm like, this is nuts.
Well, the thing is that sort of disaster area stuff in LA was sort of localized, right? It really, like, I worked in the LADA's office for a summer when I was in law school. It's been like 2007, so it's a while ago. And I remember they had a giant tent city, and you had to walk from the car. They made you park a mile away and walk it, so you're walking through Skid Row. And it's like, okay, well, this is really terrible, and honestly, I feel bad for these people because I don't think the best solution for people who are drug addicted or mentally ill is to live on the street. A heavy percentage of people who are homeless are drug addicted or mentally ill. But, is it for people who are living in the suburbs, like, this is at least localized. It's not like reaching into your life. And then over the past 13 years, like, I live in a pretty decent suburban area. I'm seeing like open needles on the street. Walking out of my house one day, there's just a guy lying face down in the gutter, like Edgar Allan Poe. Like, and I thought, well, this is falling apart rather quickly.
What do you think caused the slide or the expansion of the slide? Because I agree with you that it was very isolated. Skid Row was very isolated. Downtown LA was I remember one time we were filming in downtown LA and we were on a gurney, or I guess that's what one of those things called where it lifts up. Oh. Anyway, we're filming some Fear Factor stuff, and as we got up, we could see people smoking crack. And I go, oh, look, there's people smoking crack right there. And the guests on the show, like a lot of them, they fly from all over the country. They're like, is that real? They're really smoking crack? I'm like, that's crack. That's a homeless person smoking crack. Welcome to LA. It's right there. But I didn't feel bad about it. I felt like, look, it's unfortunate, but this is not like indicative of all of LA. We're just in a shitty spot because it's really cheap to film here. Right, here you go. And you got a little gift. You get to see some weird shit while you're here. But I didn't think it was ever going to get to the point where you're on like Winnetka off the 101,
Yep.
and there's 80 fucking tents, and they put a porta potty there. They put a porta potty there.
We're doing real building and real development here in Los Angeles. Not apartment buildings. We got some porta potties. We put every underpass shall have a porta potty next to Mayor Eric Garcetti.
You pay attention to politics far more than I do, and law enforcement and all that. What happened? How did it get to this?
Well, on this particular problem, this actually started with a bunch of lawsuits. So the LAPD used to have the authority to move people shit if it was on the sidewalk. If people had a bunch of stuff that was on the sidewalk and they're just camping out there, the LAPD could come and they could take their stuff away and they could rouse them or they could arrest them for trespass or for loitering. And then the ACLU actually sued and they said that this is a violation of people's personal property. And the courts
do such good work sometimes.
And the court ruled that you actually are not allowed to move people's stuff, that that's actually personal property, even though it's in a public area. And then they got a ruling from a court that you're allowed to live in your car. Because for a while you weren't allowed to live in your car, and then once you're allowed to live in your car. So now you're basically allowed to leave your stuff on the sidewalk, and the police are not allowed to move it, and you're allowed to live in your car. And then there was this sort of equity move. Can't they do it in like more suburban areas? Why can't they just move into nicer areas? After all, there's misery. It should be equally spread across the city, and that's kind of what you're seeing. I mean, there've been so many breaking points over the last year in the city, and for me and my wife, we looked at the rioting, and they shut down the entire city at 6 p.m. It's a county of 12 million people, and they shut down the entire county so that douchebags could run around shattering windows, pretending that they were standing up for social justice. They shut down Beverly Hills at 1 p.m. They shut down Rodeo Drive at 1 p.m. so that people could run up and down Rodeo Drive talking about how capitalism sucks while tweeting from their iPhone.
While stealing Nikes. You know, there was two moments where I was like, this is a real opportunity for us to come together. And one of them was the moment the lockdown happened. It felt to me very similar to right after 9/11, where everybody was confronted with their own mortality. Be on the verge of a pandemic, like in a movie, where a lot of the people we know die. And here, we have to be kind to each other. This is what's important. Family's important. And I remember thinking, I've never been closer to my family. Never been closer to my friends. We're calling each other all the time. It's like, so there was real hope in that. I was like, if we get through this, we're going to be tighter. We're going to know what means something, what counts. Fuck stand-up comedy. Fuck everything else, man. What's important is love and friendship. Then it started to get angry. It only took like 3 or 4 weeks where people started getting, like they were scared, so people started getting shittier with each other online, and then I basically swore off Twitter. I was like, this is just too toxic and too hostile. The second moment where I thought we had the opportunity to come together was George Floyd. So George Floyd died, and all of a sudden you have these Black Lives Matter protests, and I'm like, maybe we can finally make a dent on racism. Maybe we can finally make a dent in police brutality. Maybe this is a moment where we can come together and realize what's important. It's community, solidarity, that we're all in this together. Like, this is great. And then the cops need to be reformed. Like, they can't live like this. Maybe we should take into account PTSD. Maybe we should take into account the fact that these fucking guys are pulling up on people every day that might shoot them in the face. They might never be able to see their family and their kids. Let's rework this. Let's think this shit through.
Yeah.
Nope. And then chaos. And then all of a sudden it became like what we saw yesterday where they're breaking into Amazon Go in Seattle. Like, that fucking guy owns the Washington Post. He owns the most left-wing newspaper in America. And you're like, not good enough.
Well, you saw they set up like a fake guillotine outside of Bezos' house in Washington, D.C. It's just madness. I totally agree with you, by the way. Like, when COVID happened, I thought, I can't really see how we're going to split in partisan fashion over this thing.
Right.
Like, everybody wants to live, and everybody would also like to eventually get back to regular life. And the better we can live, the better we can get back to regular life. So it seems like, okay, we're on board. When it came to the lockdowns, the original lockdowns, I was like, okay, I'm on board. You know, I'm taking this thing really seriously. I've got parents in their 60s. I feel like, you know, I'm in good health. I'm fairly young. I'm 36. But for my parents, I don't want my parents getting this thing. And so we're still taking this thing real seriously. I mean, I'm still wearing a mask around in public places, and I think people should. I think that's a responsible thing to do. But it immediately turned into, who can we blame for this? Who can we blame? Who's doing it wrong? And it seems like there were only like a couple of things that you really can do that are obviously wrong. Like, nobody has a good solution on this thing in New York. Like, there are a couple things you shouldn't do. Don't take the olds and send them back into the nursing homes with COVID, right? I mean, that's like an obvious one. But beyond that, like, just staying away from each other and social distancing, like, this is all kind of commonsensical stuff that people have known since the flu pandemic of 1918. Like, nothing has really changed. And yet it immediately turned into, who can we blame? Who's to blame for all these dead people? Maybe it's Ron DeSantis, or maybe it's Cuomo. Like, who can we blame? So that was terrible. And then on the Floyd stuff, I had the same feelings. Like, I don't know a single human being who watched that tape and didn't think, okay, that guy deserves to go to jail. Chauvin, right? The officer in that case, George Floyd. Everyone I know, every single person was like, yeah, that's real bad. Like, that's it. And cops, like, I know tons of cops, I'm friendly with tons of cops, and not one of them was like, yeah, that's good police procedure. I'm glad he did that. Like, no one thought that. And so when people are like, okay, well, we're going to look at police brutality, maybe we'll take a look at qualified immunity, maybe we'll take a look at police unions and the kind of restrictive covenants that they have with the cities, and how we make sure that everybody knows who the bad cops are so they can't get hired at different places. Like, all those are solutions, but they quickly turn from, well, we don't want to talk about solutions. Solutions are a bad idea. What we need to do is we need to shout about everything we can possibly imagine all at once. And you know what? Instead, let's have a conversation about, like, was George Washington a bad guy? Let's have a conversation instead about, like, just completely defunding the police. We want to have, like, a responsible conversation about things that make sense. We'll talk about, like, what if we just got rid of the police?
How easy is that discussion? That discussion, when people were really saying defund the police, I'm like, cooler heads are prevail. But they're going to realize. And I think they're realizing it now in New York City. I mean, New York City has had record crime, record homicides.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought? De Blasio is, I mean, I would have never imagined I would look at Garcetti and go, well, he's better.
That's exactly right.
I look at Garcetti and I look at De Blasio. I'm like, Garcetti, I'll have him over my house for dinner. He's way better.
Oh, yeah, the weird
De Blasio is
groundhog murderer.
so weird. He's so, you can have protests, but only Black Lives Matter protests.
That was a solid. You know, that may have been the moment when I realized that we were all effed. Right? It was the moment when, like, we're in the middle of a global pandemic, hundreds of thousands of people dead, and an entire swath of our media and health elites just decided randomly that if you were protesting against lockdown, you were very bad, right? Then you were a racist, and you're going to get people killed, and you should wear a mask. And I was like, well, if you're I sort of agreed with the mask thing, like, yeah. And then you get millions of people in the streets yelling at each other and breathing on each other and spitting on each other. And you got health professionals on TV being like, well, racism is a public health threat, I guess that you can do that now. It's like, well, what the? I know people who died in the hospital of COVID and their family could not visit them. Yeah. Like, they literally died alone in the hospital of COVID and family could not visit them. And you're telling me that it's deeply important that we have, like, dance lines. This was stuff happening at rallies, like dance lines in the streets in New York to fight racism. That's deeply important, but a my daughter being able to visit her dad before he dies, that's not important. Come on, what bullshit?
I am for your freedom to protest. I'm 100% for your freedom to protest. I'm also for your freedom to go to the gym. I'm also for your freedom to go to a comedy club if you so choose. I'm for your freedom to go to a restaurant. Look, they figured out how to do restaurants in a lot of places. The servers wear masks, and many of them wear face shields. You distance the tables apart from each other. You do temperature checks. You take people's names and addresses down when they enter, so that if anybody gets sick, if there's any sort of they've been able to do this.
No, this is right. The vectors of transmission are typically closed areas, people in solid proximity with each other for long periods of time.
Yes.
Right. That's the stuff where people are getting this stuff. And I trust most Americans not like some Americans.
There's plenty of Karens out there. How sad is it if your name is Karen and you're a good person?
But
all the good Karens out there,
I'm
sorry, ladies. I'm really sorry.
But it's like this is I made this point online. I got shellacked for it, but I was pointing out that most Americans are wearing masks right now. By polling data, 59% of Americans say that they always wear in the places where there are the most cases, people are wearing masks. That's not, I wasn't saying masks don't work. I wear a mask. I think that the evidence shows that they do something. We don't know that they're not like full protective. The cloth masks are not as effective as surgical masks, which are not as effective as N95s, but wear a mask, good. The point that I was making is people are acting in fairly rational fashion, meaning if you think COVID is like around you, you're wearing a mask and you're socially distancing. So this idea that Gavin Newsom knows best how you ought to live your life, like I got some trouble with that, especially because California saw the same uptick as Texas and Florida, and California never opened. I mean, we've been here the whole time. California never really opened.
Well, we were doing pretty good up until the protests.
Yeah,
everything seemed like it was on the uptick. The Comedy Store was talking to them about becoming an essential business and opening up, because they had opened up bars, they had opened up restaurants, and they didn't really have a designation for comedy clubs. They sort of talked about it as a live performance venue, but then that puts comedy. They're like, listen, we can do this. We can just have capacity, temperature checks, do it right. They're doing it right in a lot of places all over the country. We can do this. The audience has to wear masks. This is totally doable. And so they were right about to do that. And then post. This other thing is, we were trying to figure out, like, is it protests only? I think it's bars too.
Yeah.
The thing about bars is close talk. People are
and
drunk.
Loud talk, yeah.
They're drunk and they're on top of each other. I think bars probably have
churches,
significant up.
Right, lots of singing, lots of vocalizing. Right, churches and synagogues were a main vector for this. Yeah, I mean, but again, these are all things that are fairly commonsensical and we can agree on, and you were beating the hell out of each other over this stuff. And there's this suggestion we know what to do. If only we just did it, this would stop. It's not going to stop. Okay, it's not going to stop. It's a very transmissible disease. Don't have a vaccine. As long as people are out there, it's going to continue to pass. Wear a mask if you're in close proximity with others. And that's pretty much it. The hospitals are getting better at this, thank God.
Yes, they are. And the crazy thing was that they were saying, like, you can only protest if it's a Black Lives Matter protest. What about a protest for increasing your immunity? What about a protest for educating people to the techniques and the strategies for increasing your immune system? They're out there, and there's no discussion about this amongst health professionals. Amongst politicians. If you listen to health professionals, people that really understand the human body, they'll tell you there's a lot of strategies, there's a lot of things you can do. First of all, eliminate alcohol, eliminate caffeine, eliminate sugar, eliminate all the bullshit in your diet. Start taking vitamin supplements. Get outside. Get some vitamin D. Get your body healthy. Exercise. Do all these things, and you will increase your immune system. You increase your body's health. You don't hear a word of that. All of it is just stay inside. We have to stay apart to keep everybody safe. And God damn.
The number one vector for transmission remains the home. Right? That's still the number one vector in every society is the home. People going home and giving it to each other. And I remember for me, one of the breaking points in LA was when they decided they were going to shut down all open areas. They're going to shut down all the parks. They're going to shut down all the beaches. And I was like, what is this?
Well, not only
What
that,
is
it goes
this?
against science because there's been papers that have been studied that show that this virus dies almost instantaneously when it's exposed to sunlight or even artificial sunlight.
Yeah, none of it makes any sense, but it does feel like, bottom line, there were a bunch of gaps in American society, and then a bad thing happened, and everything just sort of fell apart. It was sort of like a house of cards, and then there's a little bit of weight put right on top of the house of cards, and everything just collapsed in on itself.
People are panicking. They're getting scared, and then the economy's collapsing. So the economy collapsing at the same time as the George Floyd protests led people to start looting. And then people that didn't give a fuck about George Floyd or Black Lives Matter were just stealing shit. And then the police was letting them steal shit. They were standing down in Beverly Hills and Santa Monica, literally cops standing there while people were smashing doors.
I gotta say, the media coverage of this stuff is just awful. The media were cheering this stuff on. I mean, they were simultaneously making two arguments that conflict with each other. One was, these are mostly peaceful protests. First of all, mostly peaceful is it's the most loosely defined, arbitrarily applied term in history. O.J. Simpson was mostly peaceful that night. O.J. Simpson was mostly peaceful that night. For like an hour 15, he was really not peaceful. But for the other hours between sunset and sunrise, he was unbelievably peaceful. Like, I've never heard this term before, where a protest turns into a vast riot, wrecking all of Melrose, and everybody's like, well, it was mostly peaceful. Well, what is that? What is that?
True.
So how about this? How about you either say that the protesters and the looters are two different groups of people, and we treat them differently? If you're protesting, that's First Amendment activity. The minute you shatter a store window, you go to jail, right?
Yes.
That's the way this should run.
Agreed.
Or alternatively, if you're saying they're the same group, then they need to be treated as lawbreakers. So I believe the first. I believe if you're a protester, you should be protesting. If you're a looter and a rioter, then you should go to jail. But the media refuse to make that distinction, and then they act like the cops are the bad guys when they come in to arrest people who are violating the law. Things in Portland right now, they're trying to burn down the damn courthouse.
Yeah.
And the feds come in and start arresting people, and people are like, this is the Gestapo. It's like, okay, speaking as one of the tribe, let me say this is not like the Gestapo. Okay, like the Gestapo was not famous for rolling up on people and then charging them, and then if they didn't have a charge, releasing them. That wasn't like the Gestapo's thing. I'm sorry, but you decided that you wanted to throw a firebomb at the federal courthouse, and your local mayor said he wasn't going to let the police do anything, and so DHS came in and arrested you. Tough shit. I mean, like, I'm sorry, that's at some point somebody's got to restore some semblance of law and order here.
Well, it's a weird situation because I don't exactly understand why they're attacking the courthouse. I don't exactly understand why they're smashing the windows at Amazon Go.
It's Steve Martin, right? They must hate these paint cans, right? Like from the jerk, right?
But it went from this to literally tear down the structure of society.
Well, this is where we get into sort of the deep philosophy point, and this is actually really the biggest problem right now on the racism point is the shifting definition of racism. So I had the unfortunate experience of actually reading one of the best-selling books in the country, Robin DiAngelo's White Fragility. And let me just tell you, a greater pile of horseshit has never been produced by a bevy of horses. It is an awful book, and it is basically rooted in the same theory as Ibram Kendi's How to Be an Anti-Racist. The basic definition of racism changes in this theory. So racism, you and I were sitting here discussing racism, and the way I define racism is probably the same way you define racism. You believe in the inferiority or superiority of a group based on race, of an individual based on their membership in that group, too. Right? That would be racism. I believe that you're inferior or you're superior based on your race. End of story. Right? That's racism. So Robin DiAngelo and Ibram Kendi redefine racism to mean any societal structure that results in a racial inequality is itself racist. So any structure that results in a not exact proportion between whites and blacks.
Does that make the NBA racist?
Exactly. The answer is kind of yes, except that the NBA is not racist because obviously it benefits black people, right? I mean, now, the NBA is not racist except it's because it's a meritocracy is the reason the NBA is not racist. But Robin DiAngelo and Kendi both suggest that meritocracy is an aspect of whiteness. They say that meritocracy and individual are aspects of whiteness because these institutions, things like meritocracy and individualism and not seeing people's colors, these just reinforce hierarchies that end with disparate outcomes. And so what they say is, in order to be anti-racist, you have to want to tear down the entire system. They literally say this. I'm not really, I know that I'm not misidentifying the argument because I've read their books. The basic notion that to be anti-racist, you have to tear down free markets, or you have to tear down free speech, or you have to, and what that means is, of course, that anytime there's rioting and looting, that's really just an expression of outrage at the broader American system. And so it justifies that sort of stuff. This is why you saw Nicole Hannah-Jones, the de facto editor of the New York Times 1619 Project lady, tweeting out that she appreciated that people were calling these the 1619 riots. Because once you say America is rooted in slavery, rooted in evil, and a terrible, horrible, no good, very bad place, then robbing a shop is just the latest iteration of you fighting the system.
Explain the 1619 correlation.
Sure. So the 1619 Project is something put forward by the New York Times. It's not good history. There are 4 Pulitzer Prize-winning historians who said this is not good history. The basic argument is the United States was not founded in 1776 with the principles of the Declaration of Independence. The country was actually founded in 1619 with the importation of African slaves to American shores. Because that's when the first African slave arrived in the United States, was 1619. So the idea is that the entire history of America is a history of a system that is endemically white supremacist. And that all of the Declaration of Independence is basically a lie. That the principles of all men are created equal, that was a lie when it was written, and it's a lie now. That the idea that we have rights that pre-exist government, that's a lie. All of these things are lies. The Constitution was built in order to enshrine white supremacy. And no evolution has taken place. So they essentially make the argument that from 1619 to 2020 is a continuum. Racism has gone underground a little bit, but it's still there, and it's still implicit in all of our systems. So the 1619 Project is blaming literally everything on racism. So disparities in maternal mortality between black women and white women, which, by the way, exist in Europe and in Canada. That's due to American racism. Traffic patterns in the United States is due to systematic American racism. Every racial disparity is attributable to a system that was rooted in slavery. Now, the traditional notion of America is that America was founded in 1776, and that the story of America is that America did tolerate the great original sin of slavery up until the Civil War, and then tolerated Jim Crow up until the Civil Rights Movement of the 1960s. And that is a great stain and a blot on America. But the story of America is trying to, and this isn't my argument, this is Martin Luther King Jr.'s argument when he talks in the March in Washington about fulfilling the promissory note of the Declaration of Independence. He says, we're here to cash the check, right? You issued us the check, and then you didn't let black Americans be Americans. We're here to cash the check. Is the argument Frederick Douglass, the freed slave, makes in 1852. Makes a famous speech before slavery is ended. And he says July 4th doesn't mean anything to black Americans because we're not included in the bargain. Include us in the bargain. The story of America is the Declaration of Independence, those principles. We should all basically still agree on, because that those things brought about greater freedom and prosperity than anything else, and helped us overcome the sins that are present in all human societies and were present in the United States in extreme ways as well. But that's the counter narrative, right? The 1619 Project says that all that was basically nonsense, and that America is just a history of whites keeping blacks down, and that no progress has essentially been made. If there is progress, it's mostly a lie. And so every disparity now can be attributed to historic disparities between white and black.
Is there middle ground? So if we look at 1776 and we look at the Declaration of Independence and we look at America today in 2020, there clearly is some impact in the echoes of slavery and then after that Jim Crow. There's clearly some impact in these deeply impoverished communities that don't seem to advance.
Yes. So to make the argument about institutional racism, there's a couple ways you can read this. When people say systemic racism or institutional racism, I usually ask them to be a little more specific in what they mean, because there are a few ways you can read that. One is history has impact. Of course, that's true, right? That's true for everybody. It's true in your family history. If you have a grandfather who went to prison on a particular charge, that leads to poverty for your parents, which led to more poverty for you. Right? People have histories; those histories are embedded in their. Then there's the question as to whether the institutions today are racist, and that's not quite the same thing, right? Because history has consequences. It's not the same thing as saying the rules today are racist, because the rules today are not racist. Actually, the rules today are quite not racist. So,
but historically, it's fairly recent. If you go from the civil rights movement to 2020, we're really not talking about that much time. We're
like
talking
3
about
generations,
50 plus years.
60 years, yeah. I mean, it's a human history. It's not
a very small amount of time.
Right.
So clearly, there's some impact of both racism and Jim Crow laws. So that's where I'm saying there's a middle ground.
Yeah, and it's in depth. It is important for people on my side of the aisle, conservatives, to acknowledge and recognize the importance of history in people's living situations now. And it's important for people on the other side of the aisle to, at the same time, not attribute every single thing to history, because
but
people
there always something like that. There's always like extremes on each position, and the truth lies somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, but I don't think that it lies as far in the dead center of that as people, I think, want it to. What I mean by that is the problems that have plagued communities in the United States, not just the black community in the United States, but problems of racism or problems of sexism. The way those get alleviated is people making better choices over time. Right? That is the problem. That's the way that those issues get alleviated. When Jews arrived in the United States in the early 20th century, to talk with my people, when they came, they were impoverished. They didn't speak the language. They were banned from country clubs. There was open discrimination against them. They were banned from Harvard. Right? Harvard Law School had quotas on Jews. The way to fight against that is to make good decisions, and so you fight against the system to make sure that the system has rules that apply equally to everyone.
Right, but you clearly see that there's a big difference between people coming over here willingly and doing so in order to better their lives versus someone whose ancestors were dragged over here to be sold as property, and then dealing with the repercussions of that being your family history and red line laws and all the other things that were put in place to sort of keep them in very specific areas, which to this day remain crime-ridden, gang-ridden, deeply impoverished communities.
Well, that's true, but the question is how much of that is historic redlining and how much of that is an 18-year-old kid today deciding to pick up a gun and shoot somebody.
But how much of that 18-year-old kid today deciding to pick up a gun and shoot somebody is based on him growing up in this fucked up environment where that's what he models, where everything around him is crime and gangs, and you imitate your atmosphere, which is what all humans do.
Right, but the answer is there's only one way to break that chain.
What way is that?
That way is to not pick up a gun and shoot somebody.
I think that's a simplistic way of looking at it if you're on the outside of that community and you're not one of those 18-year-old kids that grows up with the incredible influence of all the people around him, and that's all you see, and that's all you know.
Well, but the problem is the only way that's going to be the thing that your kid doesn't know is for you not to do it. At some point, personal agency has to come in.
It does,
because
education, and teach, understand that there's a way out of this, and the path that they see being replicated over and over again by these people that wind up dying young, that wind up going to jail, that there are other options. There's a lot of kids that never get that other information, or if they get it, they get little blips of it, but the vast majority of the information, the vast majority of the influence they get is terrible.
Well, I totally agree with this, and this is why I think the worst thing that you can say to a kid is you're born behind the 8 ball, and no matter what you do, you're not going to succeed.
Yes.
Right? That's literally the worst thing you can say to a kid. What you should be saying is, look how your grandfather was born behind the 8 ball, and look how hard he had to work in order to get ahead. And look at all the opportunities.
That's true, though. But if your grandfather wasn't ahead, didn't get ahead, if your grandfather was in and out of jail, if your father was in and out of jail, everyone around you is like that. If there's literally no influence that's positive in your life, the idea of saying to a kid like that, hey, don't pick up a gun and shoot somebody. That's way too simplistic a version of their future. In my
Well, I mean,
my
the
opinion.
problem is I don't see an alternative solution.
I
when you're
think,
talking about solutions.
I think an alternative solution is there has to be some sort of large-scale intervention in these communities to do something about what has already been set in motion and the momentum that keeps continuing decade after decade. I don't know what could be done.
Well, but that's the problem, is that I think that a lot of the solutions that have been proposed have already been tried. I mean, for example, LBJ thought that the way to alleviate a lot of these inequalities was the war on poverty. And he openly talked about this. He gave a speech very famously in which he said, we're trying to guarantee equality of outcome, not just equality of opportunity, equality of outcome. And you can't hold the race where somebody is starting 20 yards behind and then fire the gun and say, okay, it's an equal race, right? So you have to get the person who's 20 yards behind to actually get up to the starting line so that they're equal. And so the idea was, we're going to fight this war on poverty and alleviate poverty largely through transfer payments and through the government taking a forcible step in favor of alleviating people's lives. We've now spent $22 trillion in the war on poverty, and we have about the same number of Black Americans living under the poverty line as were living under the poverty line by the late 70s. The real issues that are creating intergenerational poverty, everyone knows this, but remains true. The number one predictor of intergenerational poverty in the United States remains single motherhood. The single motherhood rate of the Black community was 20% in 1960. It is upward of 70% today. That's not unique to the Black community, by the way. It's true in the white community as well. 5% of white kids were born out of wedlock in 1960. Today, it's upward of 40%. That is not, something has happened, and it is not a matter of increased racism. That's not happening because of increased racism, right? That is happening because there's been a cultural change that does not place tremendous emphasis for Black or white or for anybody on personal responsibility and personal agency. There needs to be a mindset change. We do this, by the way, in all other areas of American life, except for the most important decisions. In the area of sports, nobody does this routine. This is a point Shelby Steele makes. In the area of sports, if a kid does not have a good jump shot, nobody says to him, you know what, you don't have a good jump shot because your father didn't have a good jump shot, his grandfather didn't have a good jump shot, the game is biased against you. We say, okay, if you want to be on the team, you're going to have to learn to shoot a jump shot. Right? That sounds harsh, that sounds bad,
but sports are different. Here's why sports are different. Because sports, you enter them independently of your culture. You base what you're trying to do on the parameters of the rules and the people that you're competing against. That's how you look at it. So whatever culture you're from, you walk into this new thing with this very rigid set of rules.
I don't think white people or Jews or Asians have a monopoly on valuing education or a monopoly on hard work or punctuality or anything. I think that Black people have exactly the same capacity as any people of any other race to do all of these things, and those are the preconditions for success. You either meet them or you don't. I mean, that's true for everybody.
But don't you think that a lot of that is predicated on the environment that you develop in, and the people that you're around, and the lives that you imitate, and the influences that you have around you? Someone has to do something to influence those kids in a different way. Look, I was very fortunate when I was young that I discovered martial arts, and it kept me from being what I could have potentially been a bad kid. It gave me something to focus on. And I didn't grow up in a bad environment, but it wasn't the best. There's a lot of people out there that grow up in horrific environments, and they never have that thing. They never have something. They don't have a father around, or they don't have a mother around, or whatever bad influences they have are overwhelming, and they don't. It's very difficult for someone to just, air quotes, get their shit together. It's very difficult, for sure. That's why to this day there's so many books about losing weight. Don't you think everybody wants to lose weight that's fat? They do. Everybody who's fat wants to be thin. They do. But it's fucking hard, for sure. And that's nothing in comparison to changing your whole life.
But you would say about somebody losing weight, you know what's not useful here is lamenting how bad your family is at it with regard to losing weight. Like, at a certain point, if you want to lose the weight, you got to figure out a way to lose the weight.
That's true.
You know,
This is based on the information that I have. I have this vast scope of information that I've been able to absorb. If you're in these isolated environments and everyone around you is involved in gangs and crime and drugs, it's very difficult to model yourself
into areas. I agree with a lot of the opportunities that need to be provided by education. Getting people to be educated outside their local public school would be a good change. Being able to like move outside your crap local public school and go somewhere else would be good.
The best influences for kids that grow up in these environments seem to be people that have gotten out and then come back and talk to them.
Right.
And tell them how to do it.
But none of this has to do.
Done.
But to go back to the original conversation, none of this has to do with telling kids that you live in an evil country that's seeking to keep you down.
Well, maybe not, but there has been a very small amount of emphasis placed on taking these impoverished communities and figure out how to engineer them out of the situation.
Well, I don't think that's true. So I don't think that's true. Yeah, I mean, the amount that we've spent on a federal level and a state level on educational programs and poverty programs
over time, but
on a year-to-year level. I mean, these are enormous quantities of money. This is not really a money problem. It really is not a money problem in just terms of you could sign everybody a check tomorrow. The predicate for the slavery reparations movement is exactly this: sign everybody a $80,000 check, and the problem will be alleviated.
No, well,
I don't think that's right.
I think they'll spend $80,000 and they'll be right back where they started from. But I do think that there is an argument that there can be some way of engineering, whether it's community centers or education or doing something differently in these places to chip away at this problem.
So on that stuff, we totally agree. The only point that I'm making about the 1619 Project is when you teach people that they are the victims of a society, it makes it very difficult for them to succeed. The story of Black America should be a story of unbelievably brave people triumphing over systems that suck. The United States. There's a huge black middle class. There's a black upper class too.
Yes, let's simplify this if we can.
Sure.
If Ben Shapiro is the king of the world, how do you fix Baltimore? How do you fix Detroit? How do you fix South Side of Chicago?
Okay, so here's the unpopular view, but it happens to be empirically correct. The first thing you have to do is you have to load the place with police. You got to load the place with police because you have to stop crime. Once you stop crime, then businesses are happy to invest in those areas. You're not going to get businesses to invest in those areas and provide jobs unless the crime is gone. In fact, one of the reasons that you have such a vast differential in racial crime in the United States is because of white racism. This is a point that Jane Levy, writer from the LA Times, has made. You should write a book called Ghetto Side. She points out that the reason that black crime was so high in the early 20th century and late 19th century is because basically white communities said to black communities, you're on your own, right? Enjoy. And so crime rates ended up spiking because there were no police there. You have to make sure that law-abiding people are protected, that law-abiding businesses are protected, that people want to live there, that people want to invest there. You have to have a reestablishment of faith in churches, right? You need social institutions outside of government that are promoting things like family. You need more. One of the reasons you need more companies in these areas is they can offer educational opportunities to kids, internships, deals to go to college and then come back and work for us for a couple of years. Right? You need an opportunity the same way that opportunity is built anywhere else on earth. You need to provide a safe space for business to work and for free speech to flourish and for education to be valued. You need to go and you need to make clear to every kid, if you graduate high school, then you will have a shot at college, which, by the way, even decently on the SATs of going to a very high level college, right? Affirmative action programs are extraordinarily common across the United States. But the first message is We are going to ensure that law and order prevail here, a safe space for life, liberty, and property, and ownership of private property. And we are going to make sure that you as a law-abiding citizen have the opportunity to succeed, because the biggest obstacle to young black kids growing up in the inner city, again, is not history, it is in the moment. The drugs, the crime, the fact that there are no fathers in a lot of these areas. Roland Fryer, black professor at Harvard, he's done excellent work showing that actually the number one factor in allowing kids to rise is not even having a father in the home, it's how many fathers there are generally in a community. So you can have a single mom, but if there are a lot of other male father figures around, that helps fill in the gap, right? These are practical things. Giving kids the ability to pick the school they go to, so they don't have to go to the local crappy public school if it's a local crappy public school would be a solution here. But this all starts with the notion that it is not racist in the slightest to suggest that law and order have to prevail and that law-abiding people should be protected in their exercise of their rights.
I think you're 100% right on that. I think although that might be an unpopular opinion, I agree with you. I think that is very important. Now, what do you do in this environment when you look at the way people distrust the police now in particular? I mean, I've been reading stories about cops going to Five Guys burgers and they can't get served because people won't serve cops. And this idea that all cops are bad. And this is a really, really disturbing perspective to me, because you're seeing what's happening right now in Chicago. You're seeing what's happening right now in New York, where you have this massive uptick in violent crime because it's perceived that the police presence has been diminished greatly. So how do you reaffirm the trust in law enforcement, and what do you do to reform law enforcement? Because clearly,
Center I've sort of talked about, and one of them is in certain areas of qualified immunity is the idea that you're not liable to civil suit if you don't do something. You could do something bad, but as long as nobody else has done the same exact bad thing before, you're not subjected to civil liability. You could hurt them. It's a little complicated. So qualified immunity generally means that if I do something bad, then as a police officer, if I act within the scope of my general reasonable authority, you can't sue me for it. The actual way that
do something bad, what if you shoot somebody while you're operating
right? So the reason that qualified immunity, as currently understood under Supreme Court doctrine, is too broad is because that the standard used to be you would have to act as a reasonable police officer. If you acted as a reasonable police officer and you took a reasonable action, and somebody went for their waistband, they had an object in there, you didn't know if it was a gun, you shot them, right? You wouldn't presumably be suable because that's still reasonable. You track a guy down, you shoot him in the back, and then you plant a gun on him, that presumably would be suable, right? He'd be personally liable. So the way that the Supreme Court has done this is they've broadened qualified immunity to such an extent that you can still, bottom line is you can still get away with some bad stuff and not be sued for it. So that needs to be curbed. That's one thing. Second, police union contracts need to be utterly redone across the country. Police union contracts right now protect a lot of bad cops, right? Because the police unions are designed to protect the members of the union, just like any other union.
Yeah.
And so what that means is that police unions, I'm not a fan of public sector unions generally, but police unions need to be abridged in their ability to protect cops who do something wrong. Third, you need to have a national registry of cops who are disciplined for violation of procedure so that they can't just leave LAPD and then go work for a Ferguson PD or something. Those are some easy things that you can do right off the bat. But the biggest thing right now, the biggest factor in terms of lack of faith between police and citizens really is the media, because there's been a lot of talk about the racial constituency is minority. I believe that a huge percentage of the Chicago PD is minority. So it really is not about, lots of white cops in black neighborhoods. In Baltimore, it's a lot of black cops in black neighborhoods. And that has not solved the problem of people mistrusting the police on an endemic level.
Well, it's an inherently difficult job.
It's a rough job, man. I mean, I have nothing but for good cops. They're heroes, and the vast majority of cops are good cops and they're heroes.
Yeah, I read a meme the other day that's very accurate. It said if you have 130 good cops and 12 cops, you have, or 12 cops that are bad, you have 12 bad cops. And if you have 130 good cops and 12 bad cops, but the 130 won't do anything about the 12 bad cops, you've got 142 bad cops.
Yeah, and I think that's right.
I think that's right.
I think that it is also true that our standard of what constitutes a bad cop has, in some ways, become much more stringent. So, for example, there are cases that have become national stories in which a cop was labeled a bad cop and he wasn't a bad cop.
Right, but there are bad cops.
For sure.
Look, here's a great example. The cops that pushed down that old man, in, where was it, Buffalo? There was?
Yeah. Grabbed his skull. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
And that's white on white crime, right? I mean, it is a white guy pushes this old man down, and the most bonkers part about that was the way the president reacted. Like, oh, the way he felt seemed funny. Maybe he was Antifa.
Yeah.
Maybe he was undercover. Like, it was literally the worst possible reaction to watching an elderly senior citizen get pushed down by a young, strong man.
You mean President Trump had the worst possible reaction to a thing? I can't
possible
believe it.
reaction. Yeah, I mean,
No, President Trump having bad reactions.
look, I'm a big supporter of law enforcement. I have a lot of friends that are cops. I know a lot of people from martial arts that are cops, from the UFC. I know a lot of cops from jiu-jitsu. I knew a lot of cops growing up from all the different martial arts disciplines that I engaged in. A lot of cops get involved in that. There's a lot of good cops. There's a lot of good people out there, but it is a fucking insane job. And so many of them have PTSD.
For sure. But I will say that one of the great myths is that the big threat to the black community in the United States is law enforcement. It's just nonsense. It's not only nonsense, it's counterproductive nonsense. And you're seeing it.
But it is a
play out.
threat. It is a threat all
It is,
the time.
it is, on a data level, an extraordinarily small threat. Law enforcement is extraordinarily small. The Washington Post database last year showed a grand total of 15 black Americans shot unarmed across the United States in a country of 42 million black people.
The problem is when it happens, it doesn't matter what the statistics are. If people see that video and that video gets shared 200 million times, it looks like there's 200 million white cops killing a black guy.
Well, and this is why I say that the media's treatment of this stuff is just horrific.
It's not just the media. It's social media.
Social media has blown this stuff up, and it's gotten to the point where if you say that's a horrible situation, that's also an anecdotal situation. Here's some data. If you present the data, it's like, well, are you ignoring people's lived experiences? That's racist. How can you present the data? The data doesn't take into account the full story. Nobody takes into account an awful lot of the story, which is why it's called data. Right? Like, I just don't. Anecdotal evidence is evidence of an anecdote. It is not evidence of a broad national trend, nor is it evidence that taking a broad national policy like cutting back funding to the police in a time of rising crime is a good idea because you saw a video on YouTube.
Well,
Like, I'm sorry, no.
That's a terrible idea. But when you look at these videos, the positive side, if there's any positive side, is that they're accountable.
So,
And this has been going on forever. If you talk to people that are black that grew up in poverty-stricken areas, they will tell you horrific stories about being abused by cops. And I think the number's like 25% more likely a black person or brown person getting any sort of interaction interaction with a cop is 25% more likely to become physical, for them to be abused. That's real.
Right.
When you look at the statistics of them being killed, white people get killed more by cops than black people. But there's way more white people.
No, even on a percentage basis, when you have to use the control group of crime, you can't use the control group of raw population. So you have to look at people who are in situations where a deadly interaction is likely. There have been multiple studies that show that black people are not in more danger of being shot by cops than white people. But it is true that low-level uses of force between cops and black people are worse than low-level uses of force between cops and white people, right? That's the Roland-Fryer study. There are a few confounds that have yet to be sort of worked out.
Probably white people are less likely to believe that the cop's going to kill them, whereas black people are probably convinced the cop's going to kill them. That might play a factor in why there's more white people being killed by cops.
I mean, that may very well be true. It may also be that low-level uses of force may be disparate. If you think that the cop's likely to be a racist, then you might be more likely to resist the cop, and then you might be more likely to rough you up. So it's very difficult to rub out the confounds there. The one thing that we know for sure is that the greatest threat to black life, just like the greatest threat to white life, is members of your own race killing you. Like if you're talking about actual murders, white people are killed by white people. Black people are killed by black people.
By people you know mostly.
Right. It's interracial, right? There's very little interracial crime, like black on white or white on black in the United States. There's a lot of intraracial crimes, a lot of white people victimizing white people and black people victimizing black people. And the question is, how do you stop that? This is why, I don't know if you saw this interview. It was kind of an amazing interview. Terry Crews, the actor, he was on with Don Lemon.
Don Lemon.
Right, and Don Lemon is doing the Black Lives Matter sloganing, and Terry Crews says, well, all lives matter. And Don Lemon says, but no, black matter. And he said, no, not all black lives matter. Only black lives matter. We're only talking about police brutality right now. And Terry Crews was like, well, why are we talking about all black lives matter? Because if black lives matter means you withdraw cops, and withdrawing cops means more dead black people, then why wouldn't those lives matter too? And this is where the sloganeering gets in the way of actual progress. Because
it's where ideology hits fact.
Right, exactly.
It gets very weird. And Terry Crews was called some terrible names for that, but then a video surfaced of Don Lemon from 2013 chastising black
Sounds like
people.
me on that, right? He sounds like me.
He sounds exactly like you. It's hilarious. Pull your pants up. Get your shit together.
He's literally saying things like, don't have babies out of wedlock, right? Stay in school. Which, by the way, again, all of this is common sense and true for all races. It is not just black people. Young white people in Appalachia need to get their shit together.
Yeah.
Everybody needs to get their shit together.
But again, young white people in Appalachia deal with the same thing. What's around them all the time is crime, people taking pills, everyone having babies out of wedlock, people impoverished, no hope, no potential for escape.
I mean,
that
I agree, but the first thing that has to change. So my dad had when I was looking to get married, my dad said the way that you get married is it's not that you find a girl and then you decide to get married. You decide to get married and then you find a girl. Meaning that you have to sort of make up your mind that you're in the mode of
this might be where we disagree the most. That's a good way to get hooked up with the wrong lady, bro.
Well, you make a life decision that you're at that point in your life when you want to make a decision along those lines.
Get married when you love a girl so much you're willing to do something so fucking stupid that you're willing to get married to her. Because getting married to her is less painful to you than the idea of losing that person. Because I think marriage, the good thing about it is that there's financial protection for the family, financial protection for the children. I grew up without child support. My father was a deadbeat. Yeah. So I know what it's like to be poor because your father doesn't support you. I think that's horrific. I've seen it in many situations. I know many people that have been the victim of this. It's disgusting. There are a lot of shitty men out there that don't take care of their kids. White, black, Asian, it's universal. I think that is where the legal definition of marriage and protection of children and protection of the woman who has to take care of these children financially. I think that's significant. When it comes to bringing the state in to somehow or another solidify your love, like, I love you, you love me, but let's bring in a bunch of fucking people we don't know and write it down on paper. That's nonsense.
Well, I totally agree with that, obviously. But the point that I'm making is that when you want to make a change in your life, you first have to commit that you want to make the change before you make the change.
Sometimes you meet someone, that's why you want to make a change.
No, but
before then.
Okay, so not to get into marital advice here, but but I have some, I've been married for 12 years at this point. Thank God, very happy marriage. We have 3 kids, and the reason that I say you have to make up your mind that you want to get married before you get married is because you look for a different set of factors. Then, if you make up your mind you want to get married, what you're going to look for is commonality of values. Who's the person you want to build your life with? Do you share interests? Do you share a vision for the future? Whereas if you sort of fall into it, then you can fall in love with somebody you don't share any of these things with, and it makes it a lot more difficult later on to actually build a life on that.
I don't think you fall in love with someone that you don't share values with. I think you think they're hot and you want to fuck them.
Well, people mix this stuff up pretty regularly.
Well, people are silly.
People are indeed silly.
People tattoo their eyeballs, man. They do a lot of dumb shit.
You live in a world I know, man.
That's not my world. I don't have any friends with eyeballs tattooed. But people make mistakes they get attracted to someone physically. And, particularly men are, and I guess women too, just not one of them, are attracted oftentimes by people that think are sexy, but are a bad choice in terms of a life partner.
Right.
But I don't think you fall in love with those people. They just become.
How many dudes get married
in
a girl just because they thought they were hot? There
are
a lot. But so
men, period. It's not just Jews. Like the drug of sexual attraction is the most sold drug in the United States. It sells cars. It sells homes. It sells lifestyles.
Pornography.
Yeah, but what is that? I mean, when you're seeing a woman with a short skirt on and long legs, walking like lustfully around a car, what are you saying? You're saying if you buy this car, maybe you can fuck this girl. That's what you're saying.
Well, of course.
The worst fucking false advertising we have in America.
But this is why when it comes to marriage, I think that it's important to actually put your large head before your other one. That Jonathan Haidt in his book called The Happiness Hypothesis. Great, terrific, right? And he talks about this, right? He talks about the fact that people make a very large scale mistake about marriage, which is they think that the passion you feel at the very beginning is what you're going to feel 40 years in, and that's not the way this works. It starts off where your passionate love level for somebody, meaning like lust and how much you want to get them in bed and how much you want to be with them all the time, is at like 100, and your level of kind of committed love, right? That level of love where you have shared values that matters to you like this much. Yes. And then over time, after about like 2 years, the passionate love starts to decline. And by the time you're 60, then you better have shared values, because after 60 years, it ain't going to be like it was when you were 20, right? So you have to have in mind what things are going to be like a few years down the road, which is why I say you should be thinking about what your life together is going to be like before you fall into bed together.
That's sound advice. But, well, see, that's where I disagree. I don't think there's anything wrong with falling into bed with someone that you're not going to live the rest of your life with. That's where you and I probably disagree.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it is a bad idea generally. And again, I think that it's a bad idea because
a lot of people out there that have had some really good times, those bad ideas.
And it may be that when I die, I look back and it is one of my great regrets, my friend. But let me just say that I think that the thing that is, in my life at least, more than made up for by the relationship that I have with my wife. So I'll go anecdotal there. I also I'll go data driven, which is the longer you live together with somebody before you get married, the higher divorce rate after. So that
higher the divorce rate after.
If you've lived for a long time with somebody and then you get married, there is a higher percentage chance you'll end up divorced.
That's interesting.
I lived with you for 3 years. Why aren't we married yet? Aren't we married yet? Because the guy's like, oh, window's still open.
So the
it's like,
woman
I have
feel
nothing.
completely committed. So once the guy does sign off, she's like, why didn't you do this?
It feels like everybody kind of settled. Right? Like if it was, I'm so committed to this, I want to get married right now.
Maybe they just did mushrooms together and realized they really love each other.
Again, different world, man. Like, even if listen, I have a different experience from everybody else. I dated my wife for 3 months. We got engaged. We were married within 10 months. We were married for 12 years. We're both virgins when we were married. So we're old.
It clearly works for you. I've tried to be open-minded with basically every kind of way that people live their lives, including like couples that live with other couples and they wife swap, which is.
I feel like that's complicated. I mean,
Fuck,
I'll be honest.
That's complicated. I always think those people are trying to. I know people that do that, and they're distracting themselves from either their career, they're fulfilling a potential, whether it's as an artist or as a creative person, as a person who's pursuing a discipline. I really believe that a lot of times when people complicate their lives with multiple sex partners, and a lot of times what they're doing is they're distracting themselves, and they don't realize it at the time. They just keeps getting pulled in this direction, pulled in that direction. It's because you don't have a primary focus. Very important to you.
Yes.
And it doesn't mean you have to be with this person for the rest of your life. It doesn't mean you have to only be with one person. But when I see a guy that is involved in swinging or something like that, and they're balancing a bunch of different gals, trust me, that you're gonna waste time, man. And there's not enough time in this life for that.
It's weird to tie this whole conversation together, but it is true that if you want to be good at a thing or be successful at a thing, you have to commit to the thing.
Yes.
And so that's true whether you're talking marriage, it's true whether you're talking educational success, or whether you're talking career. People, making bad decisions because distractions are distractions.
Distractions with every discipline, and I think relationships are a discipline in a lot of ways.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
I mean, and it is true that you have to make the pre-investment, and you have to make the commitment that you're going to continue to invest in the relationship as time goes on.
Yeah.
And that's where people fall off the wagon. That's why you see a lot of divorces around year 3. Right? It has that passionate love that goes down, and the companionate love is the name of the term. When the companionate love starts to rise, people are like, well, yeah, but the companionate love ain't as much fun as the passionate love. That's of course not. Of course not. That's just the way it works.
Well, that's nature's biological trick. The ultimate biological trick is like, look, when we were monkeys hiding from eagles, okay, you had to fuck as much as you could and spread that seed around, because you likely only had 5 or 6 years on this earth. Right? And
you were dead at age 32.
Yeah. You were trying to just get as much of your DNA out there as you possibly could. That's still inside of us. That program is still inside of us. And that program is when you see a man and he's with a beautiful woman, but another beautiful woman walks by, he's like looking at her and thinking, better. That's a thing that is programmed into your DNA. We have to understand what that is. If you're a man and you understand what that is, you go, oh, this is nature. It's a dirty little trick. Dirty little trick trying to get me to spread my seed. Brett Weinstein, he illuminated this in a really interesting way. He was saying to me, what's the difference between beautiful and hot? And I said, I don't know, what is the difference? And he's like, beautiful is someone who you look at, you're like, wow, that person looks beautiful. That's lovely. They have a beautiful face or wonderful eyes. They look great. Hot is someone who's wearing like a short skirt and their tits are popping out. And you look at that person and you go, this is an opportunity to spread my DNA with no commitment. And that's what that is. That's the pull. And hot, that kind of hot is what's sold. That cheap, quick, fast food sort of thing. That's what porn is. Porn is all hot. Porn is not beautiful. It's not, I don't think porn is bad either. But porn is all hot. It's all dirty girls. It's all your step mom, your dad's off playing golf. It's that kind of shit. You know, it's like you're the pizza guy. You show up and two girls are having a pillow fight.
Yeah, exactly. It's your lizard brain versus your prefrontal cortex.
Exactly. Yeah, it's your monkey brain. It's that monkey that wants to hide from the eagle. That's what it is. It's like I could just do this real quick.
And across the board, you're gonna have a better life. It may not be a hotter life, but you're gonna have a better life if you use the prefrontal cortex a little more often.
Yes, unless I don't know if he had a good life or not.
He seemed. I know some people who worked with him near the end.
Yeah.
He seemed kind of miserable.
Well, towards the end, I'm sure he's miserable. He's an 80-year-old guy hanging out with 20-year-olds. What the fuck do you have to say to these people? Right? It's like you were talking about with O.J. Simpson. O.J. Simpson had a
mostly peaceful
day. Well, his life is mostly annoying. The time that he gets to fuck them, when you're 80 years old, you only get to fuck those 24-year-olds for like, how long can he last?
So once every 6 weeks, what do you think?
Well, he's on probably all kinds of drugs that keep his dick hard, but I would imagine like he couldn't run on a treadmill for 20 minutes, right?
Right.
At that age. So how is he gonna have sex for 20 minutes? So even if he's having sex, like it's probably exhausting, and the rest of the day. He's just listening to them talk about TikTok and all kinds of other stupid shit.
He's like, remember when Frank Sinatra was here and we were banging everything in sight? He's like, those were the good old days.
I was wearing a robe. I had a pipe. We were having fun. I had a TV show. I had my own channel. I had a Playboy channel for a while. Yeah, I think it's the image of it is way more interesting than the actual act of living that life.
Yep, and I think that again, that goes back to every bad decision people make is tied into this. The image of things looks way better than the actuality of things. It's true in politics. It's true in love. It's true in a lot of things.
Yeah.
And so you actually have to look at the actuality of things.
I don't want to be an 80-year-old guy living with 5 24-year-old girls. You just don't. You just don't. That guy lives in hell. I guarantee you. I bet his life was mostly annoying. But every now and then, while he's having sex with those 24-year-olds, he's probably like, I can't believe this is real.
It's true. For that 30 seconds.
Yeah, I can't believe this perfect body, and I get to live with this wrinkly sack of rocks that he has as a body. He gets to have sex with this beautiful, perfect specimen of a female human being.
And then she's like, buy me stuff.
Make me famous. Yeah.
Worked out great.
Well,
The grotto, by the end, it seemed like it was pretty dingy.
Dude, I went there. I
really?
hosted
Okay.
a marijuana policy project thing there once. And of course,
It's like a lot of policy. Sounds like a lot of policy
of course.
happening.
But one of the things he did was like we were wandering around.
It's like an
Toronto.
AEI something. You know, it's like when I go to Heritage Foundation. That's what it sounds like right there.
It was a fun night. What I remember, there was a lot of marijuana smoked. It was quite a blurry evening. But I remember thinking, like, my God, this grotto was so outdated. Like, it had like a fucking old ass phone there, and like, I'm like, how many people fucked in here? Like, how weird is
There's
this?
generations of human residue in here.
Yeah. And maybe not like the best times either. A lot of it's what you think it is versus what it is.
Yeah. Well, you know, let's
It's a
work
lot
on.
of life.
It is.
Yeah.
Let's work on thinking about what things are rather than what we would like them to be. Because
It's hard.
accepting reality is a hard one.
That's
Accepting
a
reality is a
problem.
real tough one.
Yeah, that's a problem. It's a problem with advertising too, right? Because advertising shows you.
And social media,
Yeah.
right?
Social media. Well, that's another job coddling in the American mind, which is amazing. And it's really illuminates and I'm waiting for my kids to read. I think maybe this year is a good time for my 12-year-old just to understand that this is a real issue. Children that are comparing their lives to these. Here's an example. I want to show you something. I haven't actually put this up anywhere, but this is actually important because this is so crazy. I want to show you something. Thing that my daughter is 10. Okay, that's her.
Oh my God.
Girl daughter.
Don't you want to watch a YouTube makeup tutorial or
No,
something?
she used a fucking app.
Ah.
She used an app that turned
Aged
her into. It turned her into a woman. Like, what the fuck is that? So, like, when you're
Yeah,
seeing
that's not a good
things
thing.
like that, what is that? How are they doing that? And who's doing that? So, if you're a girl and you are overweight, or you don't like the structure of your face, or whatever is bothering you, you have acne, and you see a girl like that, and she's like, can't believe I'm graduating high school, LOL, what do I do now? And you see this, that's not even her.
Right.
This is my 10-year-old. She doesn't look anything like that. Like, she's like, Daddy, look, this is what I look like. I go, that is not what you look like. I don't know what the fuck you just said. That's not what you look like. And so I had her go through this with me and show me what she did. I'm like, show me how you did this. Like, what are you doing? She's using some weird app, like was it Khloe Kardashian, the one who changed her whole head? Yeah, that.
It's such a recipe for failure. It really is. It's such a recipe for failure because you're always going to fall short of that. And it's one thing to shoot for better. It's another thing to shoot for the unobtainable and then be upset when you can never reach the unobtainable.
But it's sick. It's sick because these people don't even look like that. And then you look at that and you go, why don't I look like that? Like, they don't even look like that.
Right.
The amount of people that actually look like that image that I just showed you is so small and it's so unattainable.
And then it has broader societal ramifications because then it turns into stories about, society doesn't accept me for the way that I am. Society values that. Looking at me, society is flawed. It's like, well, how about this? How about like people are flawed, society's flawed, you're flawed, but do the best you can.
Everything is flawed.
Everything is flawed.
But that's not even really what the problem is. What the problem is we've created a technology that we're not equipped to manage. We're not equipped to navigate. We didn't grow up with it. We didn't evolve with it. This is something.
It's involving us now. No, it's true. It's 100% true. I mean, they built these apps that are specifically designed to be addictive, right? I mean, they're specifically designed to prey on certain parts of your brain that are you're not really in control of, that are mostly subconscious. And that's scary stuff for sure. I mean, you can be manipulated by that stuff. It's you can make people aware of it. Very easy. My kids aren't getting like I seriously will not give them a smartphone until they're probably teens, late teens.
Will they get a gun first?
Probably. Probably. Yeah. I feel like it's better logic. I'd rather that my 13-year-old know how to shoot than my 13-year-old know how to browse porn.
Yes, I think that is good logic. You know, what's really that's a real issue with boys. Boys that have access instantaneous. I mean, if you give a boy a phone, you're basically saying, "Here, little fella, go watch people fuck."
Correct.
They're gonna. That's the first thing they're gonna do when you're not around.
And there are all sorts of studies that demonstrate that this leads to relationship and sexual insufficiency later, and it ain't good. It ain't good. I mean, this is not an argument to ban porn or anything, but like the way that it has integrated into so many really young people's lives. I'm talking like young teens.
Right.
What percentage of American males are addicted to porn at this point?
It's a giant.
It's got to be 50%, right? I mean, it's got to be extraordinarily high percentage. And none of that is good for relations between men and women. No. And then you got this weird dynamic where it used to be that the feminist movement sort of recognized what social conservatives did. That this is pretty objectifying and not necessarily great for women.
Now
and then it's like now
it's sex workers.
In what Hugh Hefner fantasy did women decide that all the women at Hugh Hefner's mansion were actually super duper empowered? Like that does not seem like the most super empowering lifestyle. Like, you make your choices, man. It's a free country, but my wife's a doctor, and I feel like that's more empowering than like getting screwed by an 80-year-old for pocket change.
Depends on what kind of car you buy.
My wife's a doctor. She can get one car she damn well, please. My friend.
What happened that became like empowerment? Like, how did where was the shift?
I think there was a shift, and it's a shift that's happened throughout Americans. We're acting like pigs, and they should stop acting like pigs. To what if everybody acted like pigs? And so instead of just saying that standards exist and people don't live up to them, but the standards are actually not a bad thing, we just decided, you know what, we don't want to be hypocrites. We're getting rid of all standards whatsoever. Everybody shouldn't have standards, and if you believe that anybody should have standards, then you're a hypocrite. And when all of the standards go, then everything goes. So, like, I actually kind of agree with the original feminist idea that men were kind of acting like sexist jackasses, and they should stop that. But the solution to that was not, okay, now women should imitate men at their worst, and that's a freer, better society. Like, I just don't think that that's, again, it's a free country, do what you want on the legislative level, but as a cultural matter, I don't think that leads to a lot of human happiness.
I look at it like sexual televangelists. That's what I look at like pornography. I think that you should be allowed to rip people off with a really obvious ruse. Like if you're one of those late night people that can put hands on people and raise them from the dead, if you're one of those people, I feel like God, that's so obvious. It's almost like a good little pitfall to have out there in society to teach people that some folks can be deceptive. And I feel like really manipulative women that trick old guys into marrying them and then take all their money. I feel like that.
At a certain point, you're like, okay, I sign off on this.
Come on, stupid.
Yeah.
You didn't see this coming?
Yeah.
It's like,
this is a great country.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. Like, you can make money doing pretty much anything. Like, when people say it's hard to make money in this country, there are a lot of people making money a lot of different ways.
Yes.
In this country. And, I mean, for God's sake, how Kaepernick is called racist while cashing the check. This is a great damn country.
Well, we're getting in the weeds. I just want to talk about girls ripping dudes off.
I know you did, but we can go back there, man. That's okay.
But the Colin Kaepernick thing, all right. Don't you think that at least some good has come out of him doing that, where it sort of raised awareness for police brutality? Just put it to the forefront. Let people understand that this is a problem.
No. No, because I think that he made a serious error, which is that the most positive movements in American social history have been ones that don't kneel for the flag, but say, in the name of the flag, you should do X. Right? So Martin Luther King said, in the name of the flag, civil rights are necessary. Booker T. Washington said, in the name of the flag, civil rights are necessary. They didn't say the American flag stands for racism and Jim Crow. They said the American flag stands for something beyond that. Live up to the American flag.
But here's my
The American flag is like endemic of police brutality. Is first of all, it's bullshit, but second of all, it's actually divisive on an issue that does not need to be divisive. Like, nobody is in favor of police brutality, nor should anyone be.
Right. Here's a counterpoint. Why is it trashing the American flag to take a knee? Isn't that in some ways just another gesture of respect? Like, you are not doing what everybody wants you to do, which is put your hand over your heart, but you're doing something that's also respectful and silent. You're not standing up and going, fuck the American flag, fuck these people. You're actually taking it to another level of respect. You're taking a knee. You're bending the knee. Whether you're doing it for something that you want to talk about later, saying, I'm not going to stand up because this is my way of acknowledging the fact that there have been a lot of people that have been mistreated by police and murdered by police, and this is how I do it. This is how I treat racist police killing black people. I take that moment to take a knee. Like, how is that so disrespectful? Like, how is that it's a silent gesture. It's not uniform. Like, it's not doing this thing that everybody else is doing. Like, you're doing something that's very respectful. You're taking a knee.
Well, that's certainly not the way that he intended when it first started that way. I mean, if you want to interpret it that way, you can.
How do you know what his intention?
Because he literally talked about it. I mean, he said that
America wanted to highlight that.
Right. He said America is a systemically racist country. He wore socks with pictures of cops as pigs on them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, Colin Kaepernick is a terrible spokesman spokesperson for this movement. Like again, that like
But
these are
there's
should be
many
one.
people that have taken a knee. And don't you think that if you just look at the gesture itself, is taking a knee even more respectful than standing with your hand over your heart?
I mean, then I imagine millions of us would routinely take a knee for the American flag. I mean, the idea
If that was the thing you had to do,
if the idea, but again,
and this guy decided to stand and put his hand over his heart, really, it's sort of a traditional thing what we're arguing over.
well, I mean, it isn't the way that it was originally expressed. It sort of morphed over
Right.
time
Right,
to the
but
point
it's
where it doesn't
not,
necessarily mean what he originally meant
it's
it to mean.
not like he's going, fuck you, while everybody else has their hand over their heart in silence.
But
He's taking a knee.
he did mean it as an FU. I mean, there's no question that's what he meant it as. And it wasn't Olympics to say, like, we're fighting for civil rights. Jim Crow is still in operation around the country.
Right.
Colin Kaepernick taking the knee to symbolize that America's police are systemically brutal and racist is just, it's factually untrue. And to attribute that to the American flag is really kind of nasty.
But he's not a statistician, right? So he's looking at things like the Eric Gardner case, or, you know, which is a terrible one, right? There's cases that you see, like when the guy's just selling blue cigarettes and they're striking
of course.
in front of the store. It's a terrible case. You see something like that, and that motivates him to do that. And I know what you're saying, that these are anecdotes, and this doesn't encompass the full statistics of cops versus black men and how what is it exactly is happening. But that's not his area of expertise anyway. He has
Well, I mean, I agree with that. So making him a spokesperson for a movement where he has no expertise is a weird thing to do. There are plenty of people who talk about this with actual statistical
right. But if you're
knowledge.
a famous person and you decide to take this big stand publicly,
After you get benched for Blaine Gabbert, yeah. After you get benched for Blaine Gabbert, take millions of bucks from a major corporation currently at present.
Is that
Blaine Gabbert was the guy. Yeah, the immortal Blaine Gabbert, the Hall of Famer Blaine Gabbert. Blaine Gabbert was an NFL quarterback who sucked. I mean, he was terrible, and they benched Colin Kaepernick for him. And it was after he got benched that he started doing the kneeling for the American flag.
I am
It's a pretty good gig.
sports broadcast.
Like, if you'd explain it the way that you're explaining it, meaning we're not living up to the American flag, which is why I'm kneeling, I wouldn't be arguing with it. You didn't explain it that way. That wasn't the way it went down.
But it's just him. What do you think about guys? There's certain guys that like lock arms.
But the way that he characterized his kneeling was bad.
Okay.
Meaning, like,
But what about other people?
if they characterize it differently, it means a different thing.
Okay.
Right? I mean, meaning like what it originally was is what it was. I'm not going to retcon what he meant at the time.
He was the first to do it, right?
Right. And then he made millions of dollars for his bravery. And I don't think it takes a whole hell of a lot of bravery to be benched for Blaine Gabbert, take a knee, make millions of bucks from Nike.
Which I knew this Blaine Gabbert fellow.
No, not a good quarterback is the answer.
So was Colin Kaepernick, I mean, I don't, as an athlete, is he not good? Like,
He's a terrific athlete. He's just not a very good quarterback.
okay.
So, I mean, he had one fantastic season. He led the 49ers to the Super Bowl. And then, like a lot of kind of one-hit wonders in sports, people kind of figured him out season 2. And his QB ratings started to decline. But, I mean, look, bottom line is that making him the spokesperson of a movement where he really, I don't like the idea that you're going to attribute to all of America a sin that is, number one, anecdotal in nature, and number two, cannot be attributed to America's highest ideals. You're doing it wrong. If you want to fight police brutality, say America is not living up to her promises. Say that the promise of America, like there is a way to convince every successful social movement in American history has done this. The gay rights movement did this. The gay rights movement said, listen, everybody in America has been guaranteed a certain level of freedom. And we're not being guaranteed that level of freedom. Right? The freedom to pursue his came around to that perspective. The same thing holds true on race. The same thing holds true on police brutality. If you make an invocation and you say to Americans, as Americans, I know that over time my fellow Americans are going to come to realize that they need to live in accordance with the fundamental principles that founded the country. That's unifying. To say that the American flag is inherently non-unifying is really bad. Like to the point where you now have college campuses where if you fly an American flag, there have been cases where people are asked to take it down because it's too divisive, like that. That's why
does seem crazy. When you say it's anecdotal, that you know he's reacting to something that's anecdotal, but there's many of those anecdotes, and you see them over and over again. The problem is they're so prevalent. There's so much just showing all these videos of bad cops. I mean, yes, it's anecdotal, but goddamn, there's a lot of anecdotes.
Well, there's 330 million police interactions every year. So yes. Yeah, I mean that's.
Now, what was the initial interaction that? What was his motivation to do that? Was there a single instance of police brutality that caused him to do that?
I'm trying to remember which season he did this. This would have been 3-4 years ago. So I'm trying to remember. I don't think it was the Michael Brown situation, because I remember there were protests in the NFL over Michael Brown, right? Which was actually a bad anecdote. Like that was a bad one for people to pick. People were doing the hands up, don't shoot. That didn't actually happen.
Right, he actually tried to grab the gun from the cop.
The gun went off in the car. He charged the cop by witness testimony. All the witnesses were black. You know, the
Eric Gardner one is much cleaner, right?
Well, the Eric Garner one is cleaner in terms of police brutality. It's not super clean in terms of racism or even cause of death. So this is one of the problems. Police brutality for sure. It's kind of like, it's actually, I'm warning people now that what happens in the George Floyd case with Derek Chauvin, like they should be warned up front. I want this police officer punished. I think everyone wants the police officer punished. The defense, New York police officers made the case that they were not responsible for Eric Garner's death. And the autopsy, the initial autopsy tends to support that. So what that suggests is not that Derek Chauvin is good or clean or decent, but if you're going to charge him with murder, that's a hard charge to make. Just on a legal level. So I'm warning people now of that because the next move will be, obviously the system is racist if Derek Chauvin doesn't get convicted of first-degree murder. It's going to be very hard to convict him, I think, to charge him with second. It's going to be very difficult to convict him with second.
Charge with second, right? Because at first would be premeditated.
Right, third. Well, he was charged for third originally. Then Keith Ellison, the AG over there, elevated it to second degree. I think it's very difficult to make the case for second-degree murder.
What were you pulling up, Jamie? You had something was there?
I had the part of when this actually started in 2016. He started by sitting. People started getting video of him sitting as the preseason was starting. They then talked to a teammate. They discussed kneeling was the best thing for him to do.
Do you know which incident I kicked it off?
But so I was going to play the video of it, so I hadn't heard the actual video of him talking about donating $1 million. I think he had guns drawn on him, which is probably what started. But here's
and I've been very blessed to this position and be able to make the kind of money I do. And I have to help these people. I have to help these people. It's not right that they're not put in the position to succeed or given those opportunities. And as far as taking the knee tonight, Eric, as well as myself, had a long conversation with Lee Boyer, who is a military vet, and we were talking to him about how can we get the message back on track and not take away from the military, not take away from fighting our country, but keep the focus on what the issues really are. And as we talked about it, we came up with taking the knee. There are issues that still need to be addressed, and it was also a way to try to show more respect for men and women that fight.
Okay, so that's better, obviously.
That's him.
Scroll down for a second. Is that I think
But that's 2016.
So here's look at this. Okay, look at the one right below that. Okay, this is the one I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm not going to stand up to show pride in a flag for a country that oppresses black people and people of color.
That's the sentence right there.
So that's a different.
That's a different sentence.
For city change after talking to someone who we.
Okay.
Right. So the initial explanation is the one that I was talking about.
Okay, so he revised his feelings on it.
And then,
Well, that's
not to my
super reasonable.
To start
He's Kaepernick had guns drawn on him by cops for being one of the only black guys in his town. Yeah, that's
the military. Yeah, that's better.
Military, rather. Yeah.
Although he recently released a video that sort of goes back to the original explanation, suggesting that America is systemically and systemically racist, which is a problem.
That's a hot take right now. It's very popular.
Yeah, no, that's the big one.
Yeah.
That's the big one.
Yeah. Well, how do you think we get back on track? How do we find balance? I always hope that things go really far in one direction and then really far in the other direction and sort of.
Listen, I end up in the same place I always end up, which is we've got to learn to leave each other the F alone. And seriously, like that's the only way this is going to work. Because we either have to decide we want to share a country and live together with each other, or we have to decide we don't.
Yeah.
If we want to live together and share a country, then we have to stop basically making crazy demands of one another. And this is what the cancel culture is all about. But we got to stop that. We got to recognize that people may not agree with you. People may do things differently than you, and that's okay. Like, you know, kind of press I'd get for hiring Colin Kaepernick. I'd make a boatload off Colin Kaepernick. That's a great deal.
So how come people aren't doing it?
I mean, I assume because he's not that great a quarterback. I mean, like if he were Tom Brady, I think that he would, you know, be getting a contract. He also, I mean, there was that whole situation last year with Kaepernick where he wanted to do tryouts for the NFL, and then he sort of broke the NFL's rules in doing the tryouts, and he wanted it filmed in a certain way and all this sort of stuff. But I'd hire him as backup quarterback because here's the thing: you're either going to please one half of the population or please the other. Either he's amazing, in which case you have got a winning team and a great story, or he gets sacked every other down, in which case you have the country cheer. So
Controversy sells.
yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah. But how do we? I mean, this is probably one of the most racially divisive times in my memory. In my lifetime, I don't remember things being everybody's worried about everything being racist. Every single thing that anyone does. Syrup is racist. Pancakes are racist.
Oh, it's evolved into all the. You saw this Trader Joe's, right? Which is not racist, I guess, but apparently they have Mexican products that they were calling Trader Jose's, and some bored person in their basement decided to create a petition that got signed by some 2,400 other bored people about why it shouldn't be called Trader Jose's because that's racist. So apparently it's cultural appropriation if you're Trader Joe's and you make a burrito. But if you call it Trader Jose's, then that's, I think they called it exoticizing Mexican people.
Exoticizing?
Yeah, it's making them exotic and other. So Trader Joe's pulled it down. Trader Joe's is gonna not use this anymore.
17-year-old called out. 17-year-old called out Trader Joe's. Now the chain is dropping offensive labeling.
Offensive to whom? Who? Like how many Hispanics were picketing outside Trader Joe's being, oh, now that I saw that Trader Jose beer.
Listen, I'm Italian. Do you think Papa Gino's, is that really, is that really an Italian who made that company? Like, how many different pizza companies and all these different, not run by Italians at all?
Honestly, God, I'd love to see the racial breakdown of the people who signed this petition. I would bet 90% of them are white.
Yeah,
90%, right?
White, live in the suburbs, hate their parents. Yeah. What did you say? What was the word they used for it?
Exotic.
Horrible. Exoticized. Who's a famous chef of Mexican cuisine, who is a white man, who adores Mexican food. I mean, I love the guy. I love listening to his videos. I love Mexican food. So watching this guy's videos, it's like I love someone who's really into something. I get a kick out of even there's a guy I used to watch on PBS that would make furniture with ancient tools. Like he'd use like ancient different old-timey saws and chisels and shit. He would make these wooden chairs and tables and furniture.
It's just called the Amish, right?
He kind of looked like that, but he was really dressed like an old-timey guy, and he had this old-timey shop, and he would make this stuff. I loved watching him. I don't give a fuck about his shitty furniture. I don't. But what I cared about was the fact that this guy was really passionate about this thing, and it was very attractive to me. And I feel the same way, and I watch this guy, Rick Bayless, talk about Mexican cuisine. He loves it. He takes regular trips to Mexico and learns how to cook these dishes in the traditional way, and then talks about it with this great passion. The guy just got shit all over. They were just like, you're culturally appropriating. You shouldn't be doing this. You're a white man.
Let me just say, generally, cultural appropriation is a bunch of horseshit. And the reason it's a bunch of horseshit is because, you know what's the best in life? All the things that are good from everybody else's culture. Like, the reason people live in major cities is to go to all the different restaurants from all of the different cultures.
Yes.
Like, why is cultural... I'm so confused as to why cultural appropriation is bad. Cultural appropriation is the greatest thing that has ever happened to planet Earth.
Yes.
If we're all siloed off into our own little culture, you know how much things would suck? It would just be terrible. So this kind of stuff is just crazy.
It drives me nuts. I grew up teaching Taekwondo, which is a Korean martial art. I learned to count in Korean. I had to speak all the techniques in Korean.
Koreans, clearly. I mean, that's clearly the problem here.
Culturally appropriate the shit out of my childhood.
Yeah, exactly. This is all crazy, and there's no apparent end to it. Like there's no limiting
No,
principle.
there's no limit. There's no limit.
I read a column this morning by somebody, I think it was in the Washington Post, saying that we should just keep changing the name of everything. Like literally forever. We should just keep changing the name of everything. She said, there's this town, and I think I found a non-offensive name for the town, but if I found something else that was offensive, like 3 years from now, we should change the name of the town. It's not okay, so we are living in 1984, right? Orwell talked about renaming everything.
Man, people will find a way. They'll find a way to be mad.
But here's my controversial statement, okay?
Okay.
My controversial statement is, if you have to go this far to find things to be offended over, there's not that much to be offended over. If you have to go so far that you have to be offended by Trader Jose's, you got nothing going on in your life. There's a dramatic demand for being offended and acting like a victim. And there just ain't like there are actual victims in this country.
Yes.
And internationally, they're seriously actual victims.
Yeah.
But we don't focus on any of those folks, right?
No.
We focus instead on like the dumbest bullcrap you ever heard.
Yeah.
About renaming libraries. And listen, I'm fine with you. You want to take a Confederate statue, put it in a museum? Fine. I mean, those guys were jerks. They're terrible people. Fine, go for it. But like you're talking about, we're going to fix the world by renaming Washington D.C. because Washington was bad. It's like, what did you do lately? Did you do what Washington did? Like I understand we don't put up statues to people for all the bad crap they did. Martin Luther King had a real bad record with the ladies. Okay, we don't put up statues to Martin Luther King because we were saying he was great with women.
Everybody was bad with women back then.
Look, everyone is bad, period.
was done.
Human beings suck. Okay, so either get rid of all the statues or recognize the human beings suck.
Worse. Obviously.
For sure. And there are gradations of suck.
But remember back when they were tearing down the Civil War statues and Trump, in all his wisdom, was like, what are they going to do next? What about Lincoln? What about they're going to take down George Washington? And everybody's like, oh, he's so crazy. Meanwhile, that's exactly what they were doing. That was what they were doing. In Chicago, well, that was actually Christopher Columbus, who was legitimately a bad guy.
He was, yes.
Yeah.
Also, everyone was bad. Like, literally all the people, like, enslavement, brutal treatment of people.
Right.
Fairly commonplace.
Do you think there's an argument to be said that maybe we shouldn't celebrate those bad people anymore, that we know now that we know what they really were?
Not really. I think we should just talk about the bad people. Like, I don't think we're the only good people in history.
Right. I think that they should have a statue of Genghis Khan.
I don't know. What did Genghis Khan do that was good, that had good results?
Well, he opened up trade in China.
Okay, if you want to put up a trade to China statue for Genghis Khan and the Trade Federation.
10% of the population.
Yeah, true enough. And what? Impregnated the other 10% or something? It's something wild.
Literally raped his way through Asia.
The point of a Christopher Columbus statue was not all the bad things he did to the airlocks. The point of a Christopher Columbus statue, I think it is a good thing that Western civilization came to the Western Hemisphere. And yes, there was a lot of brutality. And yes, there was a lot of cruelty. And we should talk about all those things. But this notion that the only cruelty that has ever existed in human history came at the behest of Western civilization, that everything was a Rousseauian paradise before Christopher Columbus came, that Christopher Columbus doesn't deserve a statue in specific, that we should, that like, either make the argument that everybody was a product of their time and therefore no one deserves a statue, or recognize that when there's a statue of Christopher Columbus, we are not honoring how he treated the Arawaks. No one ever thought that we put up a statue to Christopher Columbus because he was really sweet to the natives on the other end of that. Right? That nobody.
So what is the purpose of a statue? Like when you have a Christopher Columbus statue, like what is the purpose of that statue? We all know who he is. We all know what he did. Why do we have an enormous bronze version of him in the middle of a park?
Presumably to say that Western civilization arriving here was a good thing.
Well,
right? Or to have the conversation. I mean, that's
it's a monument to an historical event, right?
right. Or listen, Columbia University is named after Columbus, right? The idea of America as Columbia, right, which is an alternative name for America, was after Columbus because he was a discoverer.
Well, that's a weird one, right? We're named after Amerigo Vespucci. Nobody knows who the fuck that guy is.
Hey, he's been lost in the time.
He's totally been lost.
But there is this idea that is settled in that and it's really of high irritation to me that we are now the only good people who have ever lived. Everyone who came before us was just a horrible person, and we are the only good humans who have ever isn't the world lucky to have us? We're the only people who have ever lived who are completely sinless, and we can look from our perch at the top of morality at everyone who came before us and say that those people were all garbage compared to us. Now, there were people who were garbage compared to us, but I really don't think that Washington was among the people who you could say was garbage compared to you. Like, I don't think that you living in 1770 are a better person than George Washington. I think you stand at the top of the legacy that George Washington helped build.
Well, I have news for those people that were trying to break into Amazon Go. History is going to look back at you like you're a piece of shit. The people in the future that would never shatter property and never spray paint things and never attack people for filming things with their cell phones, they're going to look back at these violent actions and they're going to look back and they're not going to be kind. They're the same way. I mean, it's every single generation, hopefully, if society doesn't implode, we don't have nuclear war, every single generation is going to learn from the mistakes of the past, hopefully. That's what we're hoping for. And we should be happy that we can look back on a lot of these people and say, we understand now how deeply flawed they were and what was wrong with George Washington, what was wrong with Thomas Jefferson, although he did, draft the Declaration of Independence. He was a slave owner, and this is one of the contradictions of our society and our culture.
And father kids with a slave. I mean, yes. I mean, you don't have to shortchange the evils of human beings in order to recognize either the direction of American history or recognize the good things about people. People are a little more complex than I think we want to think of them as. And this is one of the arenas that this sort of gets back to the point about the system. If you recognize that human beings are capable of great sin and also capable of doing great things, what you really want is a system that of checks and balances that prevents people from gaining too much power to hurt other people. And what you also want to recognize is that the flaws of human beings are not necessarily the flaws of the system, and that just changing the system is not going to change the underlying flaws of human beings. Which means you actually have to think through the policies that you're promulgating before you implement them.
Clearly, if you say this, you're not paying attention to what happened at Chaz or Chop. Because they had it nailed. It was paradise for a short period of time. That's one of my favorite stories of this year, because these people basically took over this gigantic chunk of Seattle and said, we're going to show you how it's done. They wind up being police. They wind up beating the fuck out of people who did anything they didn't want them to do, including film things. They wind up you saw murder. You saw massive graffiti. You certainly saw borders. There were borders put up.
Journalists.
They beat up journalists. They took over private property. So they appropriated private property. These are not buildings they built. They didn't make a deal. They didn't barter. They didn't have some sort of a beautiful, mutually beneficial agreement with these people that own these buildings. No, fuck you. They took them over. They took them over and started spray painting shit all over them. It's crazy. But it shows you, like, your childlike idea of what you can do that's better. You don't really understand that the founding fathers really did put into place all these checks and balances to keep someone from abusing power. And as much as Trump would like to overcome all of that, you see time and time again, he's a great example in many ways of how this system really is beautifully engineered from 300 fucking years ago.
Because the founders did understand the problem of human nature, which is people want power and they want to hurt other people very often. And you still need government in order to do things, but there better be broad-scale agreement on the things you want to do, or a small majority of people can really hurt a huge minority of people, right? This is what they call tyranny of the mob, right? They were much afraid of this. And that's stuff that is worth remembering. You know, the tearing down that system because you want to build something more beautiful. If it looks like jazz or chop, that ain't a thing.
It's just idealistic. They have blinders on. They have this narrow tunnel vision view of what they think this utopian future could be.
I think they think that human beings are going to be fundamentally transformed by a different system.
Yeah.
So they look at the problems. One of the biggest problems we have in American politics is the myopia with which we look at the United States. So when you're dating somebody, it's very easy to see all the problems with the person you're dating. When you're married to someone, it's certainly easy for my wife to see all the problems with me, and there are plenty. But when she looks at all the other people, then she's like, okay, well, he's less flawed than the others, right? When you look at the United States, it's very easy to see all the different flaws in the United States because, of course, they exist. This is a society filled with humans, 330 million. But when you look abroad and you look at other examples of civilizations over time, and then you look back at the United States, think maybe the system isn't quite that bad. Because the fact is that for all the problems we got, the biggest problems that humanity faces and has faced are not happening in the United States. They're happening everywhere else. China right now is shipping Uyghur Muslims on trains after shaving their heads to concentration camps where they're being forcibly sterilized. There are actual problems on planet Earth. That is not to say there aren't problems in the United States, but they are not the same in terms of degree, and they are not the same in terms of scope. And to pretend that the system of the United States needs to be ripped down from the inside, and that if you build a beautiful new system that will shape humanity such that we are all saints and no sinners, you're on your mind.
I agree with you. And it's
Oh my God. Well, it demonstrates that when people said never again, they were full of crap. There's full of crap. I mean, it's just not true. This is one area where the United States should absolutely be taking a leading role. It is obvious that China is a nefarious actor. China's been stealing our technology. The Chinese government is attempting to extend its rule of tyranny over Hong Kong. They just subject 7.5 million people to their direct tyranny in violation of treaty. And the response has basically been muted from the Western world. And did you see that video of the Chinese ambassador in Britain being asked on the BBC about that tape?
no.
It's fantastic. The BBC interviewer shows him the tape of the people being pushed onto trains, right? And he says, "What is this?" And the Chinese ambassador says, I can't see it. I'm not sure what you're talking about. He's literally sitting at the screen. It's huge. It's right behind him. Like he's looking right at it. And he acts as though he can't see it. And then he starts talking about the natural beauty of the region. Right? He won't deal with it. He won't explain what it is. And the rest of the world is just like, well, this is where, in the sporting world, the story that's under the sporting world is the blowback that the NBA gave to Daryl Morey, the Houston Rockets GM for saying free Hong Kong. Right? You can't even get anybody in the NBA to condemn China while China's subjecting 1 million Uyghurs to abject slavery. Mark Cuban just had an exchange with Ted Cruz the other day, where he was going after Cruz for something, and Cruz said, he questioned Cruz's balls or something, and Cruz came back at him and said, well, do you have the balls to condemn China? And Cuban said something like, well, I don't want to get involved in the internal affairs of another country. I thought, well, that is not an internal affairs question. It's one thing to say I don't want to get involved in tax rates of other countries. It's another thing to say shipping them on trains to concentration camps where you force them into labor and or sterilize them. That seems like not an internal issue that you're not allowed to criticize, really.
Yeah, that's a big one. But the China thing is so crazy because so many business interests have this connection with them, and so much of the money that they generate is because of China. I mean, the NBA films. There's so much of our culture that kowtows to China. We're so connected to them. That's one of the things that we really found out from this pandemic is how many things are built there, how much of our medicine, how much we rely on China.
It also demonstrates the lie of the idea that if you trade with somebody, then they're going to liberalize.
Yeah.
Right? That was something that was pushed over the last 30, 40 years real hard, which is we'll help them out economically, we'll have mutual trade, it'll be good for both of us, and they'll liberalize because once they realize it's good to be part of the world economy, then they won't be tyrants anymore. And instead, they just took all the chips off the table and said, no, actually, I'm going to double down on this, and we're going to get more tyrannical, not less. She is the most powerful Chinese leader since Mao. It's incredible.
We don't have much time. You're going to have a hard out in 1 minute. I just want to know what do you think goes down in November? How hopeful are you for the future? Because it seems to me like we're fucked no matter who wins. It's just the chaos that we're seeing, the civil unrest we're seeing, it's going to either accelerate or spread one way or the other.
So I think that if we're going to hold together, we have to make a decision. Either fundamentally the American system is good but flawed, we need to work on the flaws within the system, or fundamentally the American system sucks and was rooted in slavery and bigotry, and we need to rip down the entire system. The latter is not really a great recipe. So we can have normal political arguments within the former, or the country is toast. As far as what goes down in November, look, right now the polling data says Trump gets gunned. I mean, right now the polling data has got Biden up 10, 12 points in the polls.
But didn't the polling data in 2016 say that Hillary was going to steamroll?
On the national data, not so. On the national data, they were kind of right. So on the national data, the final Real Clear Politics poll average was like 3 points. Hillary won by 3 points in the popular vote. The state polls were really wrong, particularly in Wisconsin, and Michigan, and Pennsylvania. On this one, because Trump is universally losing it, like all the swing states, and is in spitting distance in Texas, he's got a lot of ground to make up right now. Listen, Biden is running almost the ideal campaign. He's not alive. He's a not alive person. And as it turns out, beating a dead horse is actually kind of tough. Right? He's like, because he's not threatening. He's fundamentally non-threatening. You look at Biden, and do you feel threatened by Biden? I don't feel threatened by Biden. The man's not alive. You can't threaten me with a corpse. Right? And so Trump, who is innately volatile and looking for something to kind of attack,
It's his own worst enemy.
It's his own worst enemy. Like with Hillary, the untold story of 2016 is that Trump didn't win. Hillary lost.
Yeah.
People hated Hillary's guts. And the stat that proves it is that people who hated both Trump and Hillary broke for Trump pretty heavily. Right now, people who don't like either Biden or Trump are breaking nearly universally for Biden. Because Trump is so off-putting. And, I've said for a long time, politics is about the art of making it hard to vote for your opponent and easy to vote for you. And Trump is fairly good at number one, and he is awful. He is god-awful at number two. Making it easy to vote for him, that's a toughie. That's a toughie.
Well said. Thank you, Benjamin. Always a good time, man.
Good to see you, dude.
Always enjoy seeing you. All right, that's it. Bye, everybody.
Awesome. Thank you.
Boom, and we're live. Russell, why is it that when people start getting like super spiritual, they start dressing like you? You dress like a guru.
We circulate a memo. So it's now time to stop wearing socks, stop shaving, and make eye contact for a bit too long.
Oh, comfortable eye contact.
Give a bit staring.
How long are you gonna go with the beard? I mean, that's like you're full on like you're a yogi now.
I mean, it's gone beyond Jesus and into Moses and lesser prophets.
Or Navy SEAL. You're in that range too. Like you could be some wild man.
That's a mistake that wouldn't like if there was an assault course in front of us, that the potential for me being a Navy SEAL would start to break down. I once went on an assault course with some US Marines in that place near San Diego. I can't remember the name of that base. And climbing up that rope using your leg muscles, it was not good value.
You enjoy it?
I like the camaraderie, and I really as I've written about and talk about quite a lot. When I'm around very male environments, I kind of really like it. I really get off in it, but I have to watch myself not getting too excitable. It's even in this environment, as a matter of fact, I have to keep myself a little bit chilled out.
Why? What do you mean? What does it do to you?
Well, I guess what it is my early life. I grew up mostly around my mum, and I don't have brothers and sisters and stuff like that. So my male role modelling occurred later in life, and I think it probably relates to this spiritual thing. I think it meant that I'm very open to sort of spiritual experience, meditative experience. I didn't have a lot of grounding physical experiences or bodily experiences, really. And sexuality, that's the first time I really sort of got into the body. Didn't do sport as a kid. Didn't have like men going, right, this is what we do, this is how we shave, this is how we treat people, this is, really to get that kind of education. So now still, if I'm around like soldiers, UFC fighters, I do BJJ primarily as a result of these well, let's not call them confrontations. Conversations. That's a much nicer term. So, like, there's a bit of me that's getting excited about the analysis of it. It's not homoerotic because that doesn't happen to be the way that I roll out.
You just enjoy it a little too much.
There's something about it.
Yeah, you fired up. And maybe what's bad about it? What's bad about getting fired up?
Nothing for me, except, like, look, as you know, my model for life is a sort of a 12-step model about watching my impulses. Yes. My impulses have got me in a lot of trouble. My impulse is to take drugs. My impulse is to sleep around. My impulse is to even eat food. I've got a sort of a tendency to get obsessive. But, you would probably argue that if you direct that energy correctly, it could be kind of positive.
I think it can, but I agree with you that it can get out of control. And I have similar impulses. I have similar problems. And I've just used discipline and hard work, especially working out, to try to mitigate it.
Well, that's what I pick up from you, is that your early encounters with martial arts have meant you've understood from a young age, it seems to me, physical discipline. And I think that's a very important thing. And I'm only learning that, like, now, because I've had drugs, then fame, then chaos, and I've only just emerged from, like, the sort of the fog of that madness.
I love how you emerged, though, because it's very unique. You've uniquely emerged authentically. Like, this is who you really are. Like, you're not putting on an act. You found yourself, which is like what everybody wants to do. They want to find themselves. I mean, it never feels like a completed task, right? It never. Everyone's a work in progress forever.
That's right.
But you are you. Like, you are very comfortably you, and you found what makes you you.
That's a lovely compliment to give you, Joe. I appreciate that, because what I think about is, like, you're a very different type of person to me. There's things that in this world, in these polemical times, you and I would be supposed to, I would say, you love hunting. But my personal philosophy is my morality and my spirituality is for me. It's not something I go around inflicting on other people and telling them how they should behave. I know enough now to know people are different. People have different experiences. And I don't let those things get in the way of how I evaluate other people.
We should all be more like that. There's so many people that I disagree with that I have fine conversations with. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and I don't think that impulse to have antagonistic engagements with people that you disagree with is correct.
How else are we going to consolidate?
Yes.
It's like, it's just like, I'm only going to deal with people that see the world roughly how I do. How are we going to form new tribes, new alliances, new relationships, new systems at a time when evidently it feels to me, at least, Joe, like things are breaking down.
Yeah.
There's a lot of bitterness, acerbity, and confrontation, and people don't want to talk to you. I mean, I don't know how real that is of actual people. I'm talking, I suppose, about how the media landscape seems to present information. I don't know if that's true when you're, when I'm around people, I don't sense, oh, wow, these guys are really tied up in Brexit or Trump or whatever. It doesn't seem that relevant to ordinary people. It seems to me people are still operating on a personal. How are you today? You know, people are willing to get on like that. I mean, how are we supposed to take these ideas on board? It's almost too vast for us.
Right.
Geopolitical ideas that we're asked to identify with.
Right, and then your everyday life hardly ever affects you, or affects you very little in comparison to things that you ignore because you're concentrating on Brexit, or you're concentrating on Trump, or you're concentrating on whatever it is.
Yeah, that's
wall. Build that wall, whatever it is.
Yeah, I start to wonder, who is it that's involved in this stuff? I start to where I'm at now is, are we even capable of belonging to groups, units, tribes of 300 million people, 60 million people with so many diverse ideas? Is this a time to look at federalism differently, to start breaking down, well, I exist within this tribe of people, but I collaborate with all these other people. I don't know how municipal action gets done. I know you run an army and build roads if people are starting to operate in smaller units, but I am thinking that we need to have a real sense of community and connection, and we've got to let go of looking for ways to object to and judge other people as some sort of primary way of forming our own identity.
No, I completely agree, and I think we're probably moving towards some sort of understanding that a lot of these boundaries and these clans of states and countries, they were all established without our consent before we were born, and we're part of a system that we didn't agree to it. We just all of a sudden found ourselves in it, and we're trying to make it fit us.
Yeah, that's right. And there's aspects of it that are appealing, like sort of doing a world, like I feel a genuine sense of connection and investment. But if I'm being asked to live according to rules that don't affect me, that affect me, except for that affect me financially and don't speak to who I am as an individual, then I'm like, what is this? This isn't for my benefit.
Yeah. When the inclination to form teams and to root for your team and to root against other teams, it's so deep-seated in us. And it can cause so many unnecessary conflicts for no reason. It's so escapable too. It's so if you can objectively analyze the way human beings behave and interact with each other, go, well, why do we do this? Let's just stop doing that. Let's just if we disagree on things, how much are these disagreements actually affecting me on a daily basis? Not that much. Can't we just communicate? Can't someone say what they think and I say what I think, and we just decide like what makes sense and what doesn't make sense based on our own interpretations? Is that possible?
It seems like it's that's the direction we got headed in. I did it, as I know you've done, a podcast with Candice Owens, who, like, on the subject of individuals, like when she says stuff like people should get over slavery, or it's as if it didn't happen. I don't agree with that. I feel like that has a massive social impact. It's that those statistics are not a coincidence. The number of people of certain ethnicities in prisons and in poverty or whatever, for me, that's not just a coincidence. But I couldn't agree with her more profoundly on, according to social criteria, some very, very important issues. On an interpersonal level, I thought she was absolutely delightful. Like, sort of funny and sweet. And
She's very young, if you really stop to think about it. She's only 28, which is amazing.
Right.
Is that correct? She's so much smarter than I was when I was 28.
She's certainly a lot more confident than I was.
She's pretty year too.
28 or
29. Same thing. So when I was 29, I was a fucking moron. Okay, no one would ever listen to my opinions on anything on a world stage.
Yeah.
And people are listening to her. I mean, she's testifying in front of Congress. I mean, so I cut her a lot of slack with some of the things that she's like missteps on, and I think when people say those things, people should get over slavery. It's like you're saying things that you think other people want to hear, more than you're saying things that are really rational. So whether or not we should get over slavery, sure, slavery was over more than 100 years ago, but the repercussions of slavery, the echoes of slavery, still exist. And they exist in all these different southern states and cities, and all these different neighborhoods that have been a part of systemic racism, where they literally forced black people to live in certain areas and didn't even allow them to buy homes outside of those areas. They made laws, and those laws were in place in places like Baltimore. And I had this guy Michael Wood on, who's a police officer in the city of Baltimore. One of the more profound things that he said was they found papers that were documenting crimes from the 1970s in Baltimore. And they were in the same area, the same crimes that he was facing in the 2000s when he was a police officer. So he was looking at this going, what in the fuck? Like, this is, am I just a part of something that's never going to be fixed and never going to be changed? And, as he learned more about the city and the city's laws and how these systems were set up to keep people in certain places, and how the crime and the violence and the drugs is all just in this one concentrated area, and it's always been there, and no one does anything to change it. You realize, like, wow, this is a crazy echo of a horrible past, and that's what it is.
I had a couple of conversations that made me recognize how powerful systems and institutions are, and their ability to maintain themselves regardless of any individual. Because it seems like what happened there with the man you were chatting to is that he's an individual woke up and like, oh my god, hold on a second, I'm in some sort of weird grid. And I spoke to this fella called Ken Ross, who worked for the British diplomatic service at the time of 9/11 and was privy to confidential information about how that was handled on a military and geopolitical level. And he said, like, he's come away from that thinking, well, these institutions function in a totally corrupt way to pursue their own objectives. Disingenuity and dishonesty is just part of the system, and it was him that made me think about anarchism in a different way, saying that people, the assumption that people, if they were not tightly governed with big government and huge control, would go around murdering each other and raping each other. It's simply not true. That's one of the means by which the state continues to justify its existence. People will behave better the closer they are to self-governing community, self-governing community. And this is like, and I was interested in that because he's talking from, this is what I saw on the inside, this is how I saw it was running, like your cop friend there. And like another person I spoke to that had been inside the system and then woken up with it. It was Yanis Varoufakis. When Greece had that mad revolution, he was like one of the leaders of a party, Syriza. And for a minute, it was like Syriza said, "We ain't paying back all those debts. You screwed us financially. You screwed Greece." So he was there at the EU meetings telling like the German chancellery, "We're not paying. Greece ain't going to repay those debts." And he just said that the way that the system reasserted itself was magnificent to watch in a way. And he said none of those individuals have any power except the power that that role gives them. If you are the German finance minister, you've got the power that a German finance minister has. You can't step outside it. It's like going, right, listen, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? The system itself is beyond individual decisions. You know, it's a self-sustaining system. It won't come up with ideas or support ideas that threaten it. And that's why I continue to keep hearing, and I'm sure you're having similar conversations, that if you are really interested in changing the world, you have to participate in systems that are outside of it, set up new ideas. Don't worry about trying to smash this one down with a hammer. It will atrophy on its own as it becomes less and less relevant.
I think also change yourself, and when you change yourself, it becomes evident to the people around you. And if your change is beneficial and attractive, people, they gravitate towards that idea that you can improve yourself and you can change your perspective on things.
Well, that is the one area of your life where you've got some authority and control, and that is what I'm about. It's like, well, I can't stop myself being like watching pornography. I can stop myself using drugs if I want to, like, you know, with some support. And that's what this book here, Mentors, which I talk about you in only for a paragraph. You know what I mean? It's not like literary fellatio. It's a small nod of your influence and impact. I talk about how we have latent qualities within us that are sometimes hard to realise on without support. But if you find a mentor in an area where you're looking to improve, they can kind of energise, awaken energies within you that on your own you wouldn't be able to use. I had a really recent experience of it where I was sort of like freaking out about something. I spoke to like a mentor of mine, and like the way that he sort of spoke to me was like sort of aggressive, like a sort of an aggressive, that's not going to happen, you are not afraid. And like it woke up the part of me that feels that way, that has that kind of, I would say, sort of male certainty, a kind of grounded energy. He was able to sort of like direct it at me, and like in that moment in myself, all bewildered, I wasn't able to do it. You know, I needed to resource it externally in a moment. So this is how I sort of feel like your individual journey. I'm interested in how, because I'm guessing with your background in martial arts and stuff, mentorship seems pretty much stitched into that. You must continually be looking at someone, learning from someone,
Yeah.
trying to equal them or whatever it is.
Yeah, the good part about that is you get good at learning things. You get good at listening. You know, as a martial arts student, you don't just listen. You listen very intently. You bow. You say, "Sir." You know, I mean, there's so much discipline involved in the act of learning.
Yeah.
And so much reverence and respect for people who know more than you and appreciation. So that helped me with pretty much everything I ever wanted to learn. I just would listen very intently. I don't think, maybe I can figure it out better. I'm very good at listening to people that are good at things.
That's interesting. Did you first get into, picked up stuff over the various shows of yours that I've listened to? But would you say that your inaugural interest in martial arts came from kind of domestic distress and stuff?
Yeah.
A difficult home life and not a good relationship with your stepdad, am I right in saying?
It was that, but it was also moving more than anything. You know, my stepdad's a nice guy, but stepdad's. It's always a weird situation, you know.
No one likes the dynamic of someone having sex with their mother. I remember having similar feelings about my own stepdad. What
He's
are
a
they
great
doing?
guy, though. I don't want to
No, of course.
paint him in a bad way.
No.
Just what was really hard was moving a lot and running into bullies. That was way harder than anything else.
So there was a time in your life where you felt very, presumably vulnerable,
Yeah.
and not grounded.
Didn't have any friends, constantly moving in new neighborhoods, meeting new people. And, and when you're a young boy, you're a teenage boy. Teenage boys are fucking dangerous.
Yeah, they're the worst.
They're the worst.
If you see a group of them now, I'm talking about my country, 13, 14 years old, I just go across the street.
Yeah.
They're lawyers.
Well, yeah, young boys they're always looking to impress each other, and they have these. If you want to find real toxic masculinity, it exists in teenage boys.
Yeah,
And it's mostly exaggerated in men. The way it's described is mostly exaggerated in terms of the way the media talks about it. But in its purest form, teenage boys, they get together and they start lighting frogs on fire and doing shit. They do things because they want to one up each other, and they feed off of each other. Like, no different than what five boys would do. What five boys would do could be horrific. But what one boy would do on his own is very rarely there. Because you have to think about yourself and think about, is this right? And objectively analyze the way you're behaving. People wouldn't be proud of me if I did it this way. But when you're with five other boys and you're all rambunctious and filled with testosterone and piss and vinegar, you wind up doing crazy things.
When I hear something like that, it's difficult not to think that it's of course relative. Relative to us, the behaviour of the adolescent mouse is reckless and crazy. It's not impossible to conceive of an intelligence that would look at the behaviour of adult human beings and think, oh my God, what's governing these people? What principles principles are they using?
Right.
You know, like,
What's the end goal, too? Like, what are you trying to accomplish with your life, with your existence, with your time? I think if there's a real concern about AI, I think the real concern is AI is going to rationally analyze our behavior and our reliance on emotions and all these human reward systems that we have built in, and the way it's affecting our society, and the way it's affecting how we govern ourselves and how we behave amongst ourselves. And it's going to think we're unfixable. It's going to look at it like, well, this they have too much monkey in them. They have so much monkey instincts and monkey DNA, but now they live in this rational, modern world. 5G internet on your phone, 4/7 news cycle.
artificial intelligence, a subject about which I know very little. It seems to me that it will, on some level, have to be derived from a particular aspect of human understanding, of rationalism. So we are representing one aspect of our nature and prioritizing it, logic, organization. But what you refer to as sort of primitive and monkey-ish, for me, it envelops and involves the most beautiful aspects of our nature. I'm a little romantic about human beings still. I still feel that one of the great problems we've had is that philosophically we have overvalued materialism, rationalism, and knowing a little bit about philosophy, primarily from that bloody podcast that you and I tagged a minute ago before we was recording.
Yeah, that's fun.
And for that, it's like enlightenment. We've started to prioritize rationalism. So if you prioritize rationalism and organization, which obviously has a lot to offer, the organization of resources is incredibly and hugely important. You forget that a huge part of the human experience is nothing to do with that. The other thing we were chatting about before we went live was DMT. Now, no artificial intelligence is going to understand that there is access to a realm of consciousness that continually exists, that doesn't seem to be bound by physical laws as we understand them. And if the physical laws that we abide by are parochial and relevant only to this level of existence, why are we allowing ideas, resources from there to govern all of our systems? Even listen to you talk about DMT. I encountered these gestures, I went through this membrane into another realm, and checking out Mike Tyson when he was on here. No, yeah! I love that. That moment was amazing. But clearly, I took acid when I was a teenager, and even in very unhealthy, not unhealthy, but unbridled mad teenage boy conditions. So, I want to be there with a guy in a lab coat with a pen going, well, Mr. Brown, and sit down, look at these Rorschach tests, instead of which I'm in New Cross in a bed sit, dropping acid and staring at my own hands and recognizing, oh my God, I'm not me. The very idea of me is a construct. I'm just tuned into a particular aspect. AI will build systems that are predicated on rationalism, organization, and on that basis, I can see why they would at some point, go all Skynet and annihilate us. But that is, I believe, the problem with our society is that the materialistic aspect of our nature is not the priority. It's just one thing we should be doing. Of course, we need good roads. Of course, we need hospitals, schools, food, etc. But we need to find a way of honouring the sacred. And I'm fascinated in the experiences you're having in these psychedelic explorations and how it's influencing the rest of your life. Like how you're saying, like how does it influence the rest of your decisions, the way you see the world, the way you see relationships, the way you see the vulnerable young man you were prior to building your own, I say, personal religion of martial arts, excellence in your chosen field of stand-up comedy. How do you incorporate that vulnerable kid? Because I'm still very aware of the vulnerable person I was, and like, I'm going on a rant, man. Like when Kevin Hart was on here, who I think is amazing, and he was amazing on this, I thought, fucking hell. Like, what have I got to offer the world when Kevin Hart has got this kind of force? Like, you don't come in the bubble, and I was like, my God, this guy is so positive. What a role model! What a lot he's got to offer. And then I thought, well, like any of us, what I've got to offer is who I am. Just who I am as a vulnerable, flawed human being that still feels connected to the kid I was when I didn't feel good enough. I still feel that. I can walk in a room and feel that. But I also know that that's not real, because I've had spiritual experiences, hallucinogenic experiences that make me feel that the relationships we should be building have to honour that we are both, we're vulnerable and flawed, but also capable of greatness. There has to be room for all of this, and I feel that part of what we're doing and part of why we're experiencing such superficial polarity in politics and culture is because we're not acknowledging that underneath this surface, this activity of left, right, and you know from Sam Harris, them little experiments, you stick garbage in front of a person, they become Republican pretty quickly, or you scare people, they become less democratic. I think all that stuff is pretty superficial, and at depth, in that realm of the jesters and the membrane of psychedelia, we have access to oneness, and that should be what's influencing the way we set up our tribes, our systems, and our relationships.
Yeah, I think when a guy like Kevin Hart shows you what a positive and motivational impact one person can have just with his words and his deeds and the way he lives his life, he's so inspirational that you realize that is possible, that you can shift people where they literally do actually uplift you. Like I was uplifted by his conversation. I felt like, wow, that guy is so positive. What a great way to live the life that we're living. And the more people do that, the better. And when someone like that does spread a positive message, and obviously he's materialistic as well. He's got a bunch of cars and a big house, and he makes a lot of money, and he does a lot of movies. But what he's spreading is this very motivational, very positive message, and that affects people in a very positive way too. And all that left, right shit, and all this, all the battles that we have politically and ideologically back and forth and all the negative venom that people spray at each other. At the end of the day, it's not benefiting anyone unless you're fighting a major demon that the world needs to conquer. Most of it's not that. Most of it is like finding demons out of innocuous things, you know. And I think when you talk about what you have to offer, what you have to offer is that you are you, that you have this unique perspective. You can affect the way people view their own journey in life because you've been so introspective and so aware of your own pros and cons in terms of your past behavior, your current behavior, and who you are now and who you used to be. All that stuff is fuel for people because they can relate. They hear it. I mean, maybe they cannot relate to being a movie star and being this famous guy and the struggle, but they can relate to the humanity of your struggle. They put themselves in your position. What must that have been like? And look at this guy who's made these conscious decisions to not be like that anymore. He dresses like a homeless person with a crazy beard.
That's the real take kind of information. Dress like you live out of doors.
Yeah, dress like you're a homeless guy in Oregon.
Specifically there, people will respect that.
Yeah, it's like dark colors, you know, rains a lot.
Yeah, I get the reference. I understand American culture, Joe Rogan. Yeah. So, hey, can I do some, emotional activity?
Tell me what it's called. What is it?
This book is called Mentors, and actually I read it, bits of it again, because I knew I was coming here. And I think it's actually pretty good. Like, I wrote quite a lot about Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
You really love it, huh?
Yeah, I do. My writing is not from you'll understand, not from a technical perspective. I'm not saying this is what I've got to say on open guard.
Right.
To transition. I'm talking about how the psychological impact that it's had on me, and also in there about like the protocols of going to a group, which as a beginner are very relevant. Like you touched on how ritualized it is. I've got a hunch that the more we emulate and connect to original ways of human behavior, whether that's dietary or hierarchies or organization of groups, I feel that we will feel a sense of greater connection. Now, the thing I got from AJ class is Genesis, where I go back in England. It's like the all white belts get changed at one end of the room, the purple belts and above get changed at the other end of the room, which is where the control for the timer is and the control for the music is and where the kit is. That's all up that room, so at the end of the room. So all the control is that end. But it begins with sort of dancing around in a circle, doing all of those various exercises. Now lift your knees, now do the shrimping and that kind of stuff. It's the lower belt shouldn't invite a higher belt to spar or roll. And like as you say, the amount of respect, the bowing, the handshaking at the end of it, it's so sort of, it provides such a safe environment in which to deal with the primal. I can see why it's valuable. And it's like, I should have been taught that shit when I was 14, 13, like it's been mandatorily, so that I didn't come across it. Like, I'm not going to be setting fire to fields and allotments and putting frogs on fireworks if you've got a way of dealing with that primal energy.
Yeah.
When it's coming.
Some people that don't understand that think that you should suppress it somehow. You should just ignore it or suppress it. They don't understand that.
Wow.
For men, it really, for a biological male, it really needs to be tackled head on. I mean, you really need to embrace what it is to be a physical male, and it frees you in a lot of ways.
Do you think this might be a comparable moment to in the 1960s when there was a sort of a sense of sexual repression versus sexual free love? You know, the images of Woodstock and flowers in her hair and smoking joints and having sort of sex outdoors in mud or possibly wheat. This time of like a kind of an anger about maleness, you know, and maleness may not, as you said, it may be a biological male, but it could be the energy of assertion or whatever. These, like, you know, as in grammar, male and female relate to certain words, as in French grammar, where, I don't know, cat is female, dog is male. I don't know the system, I don't speak French, but I'm saying that we've labelled these energies, and it does seem that that there is a particular, what do I want to say, a condemnation of male energy. Do you think it comes from a misunderstanding?
Yeah, and I also think it comes from a big generalization too.
Yeah,
it's easy to do, right? And if you're a woman who's had negative experiences, maybe you've dated men that have been physically abusive, or maybe you've known men that have been physically abusive, and you're around that, and you just it's very convenient and very easy to just generalize and decide that all men are negative, and that masculine energy is negative, and especially white males. And if you say that, you'll get props online. People go, "Yes, girl, yes, clap, clap, clap." People get excited, but those are also people that are short-sighted. Like, you want to make as many people your allies. You want to make as many people your friend as you can, and you have to understand that there's some people that are just wired different. There's some girly girls, and there's some really feminine men, and then there's some masculine men, and as long as they respect you and they're kind to each other. But the problem is, we associate certain behaviors and characteristics with either negativity or hedonism or toxic masculinity, or someone being a bitch as a man, and these generalizations are often way more harmful, and it's just too convenient and easy and lazy.
There is no simple way, and when I think about my own attitudes in this area, there is a degree of complexity, because I've got young daughters. I've got a 2-year-old and a 1-year-old, right? And they're, daughters. So, like, but when the other day, because I'm staying in Los Angeles, Gabby, she's Mexican. She used to, when I first moved out here and lived my entourage lifestyle, she used to look after the house, and she used to think, "Oh, my baby, my baby." She loved me, so, and I'd like, I'll take her, make sure I'll figure wherever I can find one. And Gabby used to look after me. She adored me and stuff. I stayed friends with her. Yesterday, she came around. She bought like what only described as a bikini for like my baby daughter. Like, now, what a 2-year-old doesn't need like a bikini top. And excuse me, burping on the mic. Like it, for me, I thought, like, I don't want to put my daughter in that. That's sort of, in a way, sexualizing the like that child and like so. And also, a lot of the time, like with my daughter, I don't like with my wife, particularly with our first child. I'm like, don't dress her up in little dresses and stuff because she won't be able to like run around. And I thought, my God, that's not that different from like the cliche of a male parent that wanted a son, and I didn't want a son, or you know, in particular, I love this kid. I love this kid, regardless, you know. It doesn't mean I love having a daughter, adore her, but like I am aware that these things of like dress a child this way, dress a girl this way, are constructs further to what we were talking about again before about Michel Foucault. We got a lot done before we went live. Like when we were talking about Michel Foucault, what he exposes a lot is that there Deleuze, Gilles Deleuze, is that a lot of things that we take for granted as being normal are actually constructs. And when I say a child's bikini, there's no reason for any child of any sex or gender to be wearing a bloody bikini. Right. A child with tits is a terrifying idea for all a very small and terrifying percentage of the population. So, like that is an example of the external feminization of a child. Like, so when there's an argument, a feminist argument of, you know, gender is a construct, I can see, oh yeah, to a point, it is. There are constructs. Can't like my opinion is you can't argue with biology. Chromosomes are doing what they're doing in the physical realm. Yeah. But like like being a father to a daughter has made me feel like I don't obviously, and I know you have daughters, or at least they've got three daughters. Like I'm certainly very aware of. I don't want to push them down some culturally prescribed avenue, whether it's about their dress, sexuality, or anything. So I've got, you know, where am I on that dial? You know?
Yeah, you gotta just not put any pressure on them, and let them enjoy their life, and let them find their path. That's what's weird, right? It's like I see people, they're getting their daughters to dress very, very feminine, old and high heel. It's very strange to me. I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, so, you know, but for me, that is being sourced from. Like, we can extrapolate that to then why should a 20-year-old woman wear high heels? I mean, I've read cultural analysis, I'm sure you have, of like, well, the lipstick is to emphasize the lips because it's redolent of the vagina. The high heels is to make a woman seem more vulnerable and to accentuate aspects of body shape. You know, seen as evidence of the influence of patriarchy. You know, there's loads of areas where I feel like, why are we looking for shit to argue about in this area? We're just human beings. Most of us people in our life of the different gender or sex to us, why we look for arguments. But you can see the influence of cultural forces that are, not neutral.
Yeah, you certainly can, but I think it should be up to the choice of the person once they're an adult. The real problem is putting pressure on them to dress one way or another and not letting them find their place. But if a woman becomes, whatever age you decide, and she wants to wear high heels and a skirt because she likes the way it looks, like there's nothing wrong with that either. And the demonization of sexuality is also a problem. It is almost as much of a problem as people who will prey upon vulnerable people. The people that think there's something wrong with being sexually attractive or something wrong with being desirable or wanting to be desirable. There's nothing wrong with that either. And that kind of suppression, the suppression of these feelings that you have and this desire that you have, is very, very unhealthy as well. It's a normal thing to want to be sexual. It's a normal thing to want to look good. If a girl looks good in a skirt and high heels, and she likes to dress like that, who the fuck is anyone saying there's anything wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with it. If that's what she likes, that's fine. What's interesting to me is, particularly in really progressive ideology, they look down upon women who wear short skirts and high heels and a lot of makeup and open tops that show their boobs. I guess I think that they're playing into the patriarchy, or that they're somehow or another falling into these gender traps. But yet they celebrate that in transgender people. They celebrate that in trans men that transition to women, and then they really doll it up. Then they're like, "You go, girl," and they're celebrating the fact that this person is embracing these traditional aspects of womanhood. You see that a lot with people that are celebrating trans women, which I find very fascinating.
The aesthetics of the sort of what would be perhaps could be referred to as sexualized dress, or like I suppose in males, expressive or garish clothing, jewelry, tattoos. I understand in British culture that these are often indicators of class. That it's typically the lower down the class structure you are, the more likely you are to dress in a way that is exhibitive, or women from a blue collar background dress in ways that are exposed and revealing. Men have leery cars, men lots of tattoos and jewelry, expressive ways of demonstrating wealth. The higher you go up the class, subtle, more dressed down, labels, all that style of stuff. So in British culture, there's a different system of different system for referencing it. I wonder how that works in American culture, with it sort of like it's evident and much discussed racial divisions, like certain things. It seems like a subtle way of condemning particular types of womanhood that may not just be sourced from dress this way for the male gaze. It can also be a way of saying dressing that way is an indication of a lower class background or of a particular type of effort ethnicity.
There could be that, but there's also the reality of males and females. Is there's a lot of fucking jealous people, and there's a lot of women that just don't have the type of physical body that looks good in a short skirt with high heels and a low cut shirt, and they don't like when they see it in other women because they're not comfortable with their own bodies. There's a reality of that. I mean, women get as much or more hate from women as they ever do from men, and particularly if women find you to be too overtly sexual with the way you dress or behave, that you're damaging male-female relationships. You're damaging the dynamic, particular office dynamics. If there's one girl in the office that likes to tramp it up, and she's and all the guys are paying attention to her, women will get mad at her.
I did an interview a while ago where I sort of talked about like parenting our kids. Me and my wife how we parent our kids, and I said like, goes on. I have to be honest, my wife is much the more dominant parent. She's much more practical than I am, right? And like stuff that got like really negatively written about. People said like, she changes more diapers than I do and stuff, right? And like, not like I don't change diapers or whatever. It's just my wife, regardless of our respective sexes, is the more efficient, dominant parent. She's much more likely with like me. If my daughter goes, I want that chocolate, the answer from me is, okay, all right. I can't bear to see the resistance, the emotional explosion. I can see much too early. I tap out very quickly with my 2-year-old. My life is much more, no, let's play the long game, let's bring up a child that's not going by impulses like you. And I spoke, in fact, to that Gabor Mate, that expert on addiction. He's amazing. And he says, because of your own anxiety, pain from your own childhood, with no disrespect to my magnificent parents, like, you can't handle seeing your kids suffer, so you like straight away you bail and do what she wants and stuff. Now, like, so there's so much complexity in the reality of our personal, legal, domestic relationship. I'm certainly not saying, and everyone else would be God. Any man that changes it up, But the way it was reported is like that. What happens, I think, in modern media is they change what you say, then you have to defend what they said you said, and well, that ain't what I meant. I'm not saying that because my wife is a woman, she should take more domestic duty. I'm just saying that in our household, she seems to have a set of attributes and characteristics that make her take control of that aspect of parenting. It's like the desire to judge, condemn, and object is the priority, as opposed to no one's looking to go, who cares, or whatever.
Well, it's also that they're doing it publicly. So they're doing it mostly. I mean, if you're either reading comments or you're reading articles, and if you're reading articles, they're just looking for something to be upset about. They'll watch you, and they'll say, "Okay, is this a viable target?" Yes, we'll get confirmation. What he said about changing diapers or his wife being a better parent is a viable target. Let's go after him. And then they just formulate some bullshit argument about who you really are based on what might have been a throwaway or a concession to your wife, or even just a compliment to your wife for being self-deprecating
That
to
is what it
yourself.
was.
Yeah, but it doesn't. People they're not looking at things rationally. They're just looking at targets. Particularly people that write articles. You know, what's the best article? It's got to be negative. Like, one of the things that came out of all this Facebook algorithm stuff is you find out that Facebook realized somewhere early on that the way to encourage engagement is to get people upset. They get way more engaged, and they go back and forth and interact with these posts way more if they're upset than they do if they agree with it. If they agree with it, they might give it a like or a thumbs up and say, hey, that's great, and that's it. That's where it ends. But if, someone's talking about, we shouldn't build the wall, we should let everyone in, and you put that on some fucking Trump guy's page, and it's crazy. I mean, you will get thousands and thousands and thousands of interactions. And so Facebook realized that the way to keep people, and they could claim that it's an algorithm, and the algorithm just supports whatever the people are really interested in. But what they're interested in is conflict.
That demonstrates my earlier point, which I made up on the spot, that AI is not a neutral thing. It is resourced from human perspectives, and because that is a type of AI. For now, it's not as complex as what we can experience, and I can't even imagine. What I'm saying is it's still resourced from a human perspective. And yes, of course, we are evolved to respond more strongly to negativity than positivity for loads of reasons. And I think that's where we can stitch back to what we were saying about taking personal responsibility for who you are. Like that, none of us have to sit on social media going, fuck you, like, none of us have to do that. We can try and resolve those. I respect that some people don't have any other outlets. They don't have the privileges I have of being able to go to support groups where people openly talk about, this is the ways that I feel in here today. This is the ways that I'm trying to become a better man and a better father and a better co-worker. Like a lot of people aren't afforded those environments, and probably the best shot they've got is having a go at someone online, and those people, in a way deserve love and sympathy. But until we, on some level, recognise that we can alter our own behaviours, we can alter our own consciousness, I don't see how there's going to be, well, at least then we can create a terrain upon which a better systems can start to flourish.
Do you read comments?
No. I actually, I'm too sensitive. I can just about manage to listen to people, to reply to my conversation. I don't go on to, I work with someone who does my social media, and she gives me stuff like, I'll respond to these things, put some output on that, because I don't want to engage with that. I don't want to walk up and down any street knocking on the door going, do you like me? Do you like me? Do you like me? I don't want to deal with people's responses and various conditions.
Well, it's also much like the article but the way people get a response out of you, or the way that people to get your reaction, is to say something really negative. You look at sometimes people are not that savvy when it comes to social media. One of the things that you'll notice is they'll interact, and I've been guilty of this in the past. Before I sort of realized what I was doing, you would only respond to negative things. People are arguing with people. Meanwhile, people are saying nice things to you, and you ignore them.
Yeah.
It's because you don't. At a certain level, you don't have the physical time. It doesn't exist to respond to everyone. It's not possible. If you get 13,000 comments on one of your posts, how the fuck does anyone have time to respond to 13,000 people? You can't. And then you have email, and you have Twitter, and Facebook, Instagram. There's no way. There's not enough time in this world.
So you would personally would have responded to things that caused them more visceral.
Yeah, if I saw someone saying something that was untrue, I'd be like, fuck you, that's not true. Then I realized, like, why? What are you doing? Like, this isn't a new thing for people. There's never been a time where people have had this instantaneous interaction with people, unfiltered, unmoderated, globally. Yeah, it's very strange to be able to do that, and to be able to go back and forth, and just to be able to give your comments on things, to be able to talk about things. It's very addictive to people.
Yeah, that's right, and that's why I'm very cautious with it. I have to sort of set my life out like I'm essentially a monk in a marriage. That's basically where I live. Get up, meditate, do yoga, do exercises, do things that are positive for you. Wash the way that you're thinking. I'm interested in where, again, with your own, do you feel connected to the person you were as an adolescent? Did you notice it in your own parenting? Do you notice it in the type of choices you make? Because the image I have of you from the outside is like that you have literally built something for yourself, you operate within it, and you are quite protected, and you are independent and not forced to deal with too many negative outside influences. But in unavoidable dynamics, the unnecessary dynamics, like as a father and dealing with colleagues and stuff like that, do you experience a lot of tension, anxiety? What's happened to that guy? Do you feel that you have transcended that? Because I do in my own life feel like, yeah, I'm not the adolescent boy I was. I've learned from that, and I still, in a very sort of cod psychological way, when I'm doing Hibiro, that's the BJJ classes I'm doing over here with Professor Ricardo Wilkie. He's an amazing guy. Like, when I'm doing those classes, I have a sense of fathering my child self, of because I weren't doing those kind of things when I was a kid. I'm like, it's all right, Russell, we're just in a BJJ class, just relax. Don't need to panic, don't need to impress anybody, right? Just do it. If you don't know, just ask.
Right.
I've got a voice in myself. Because I chatted to Tony Robbins, he's like another obviously high achieving guy who I admire and respect a great deal. And when he talks, he does these cold plunges, and he says, before I get in that plunge, you're getting in that fucking plunge. Like he talks, oh my God, I don't talk to myself. I'm like, right, Russell, we're going to get in the cold plunge, we're going to relate. I have to talk to myself genuinely. What are you doing with that aspect of yourself? Do you still have a relationship with it? How is it when you're doing all these psychedelic cosmonautic explorations of the psyche? Are you not encountering aspects of yourself that are undeveloped, unaddressed?
There's always going to be unaddressed and undeveloped aspects of yourself, but I'm very, very, very different to who I was when I was a young boy. I mean, I'm not 100% self-actualized. I don't think anybody is, but I'm just a totally different human being. I remember it, but I remember it with humor. Like I remember it, and I laugh. I'm like, wow, it was so silly. It was so weird back then. And with life experience and developing confidence and understanding of who you are and why you have those feelings, why you were insecure, why you had so much self-doubt. Martial arts helped me with that tremendously because it was the first thing that I ever didn't feel like a loser. It's like the first thing that I ever did where people like respected me and they liked me for it. I'm like, wow, this is like something. It was a feeling that I was completely unused to in the 14 previous years of my life. All of a sudden, there was this feeling that I was unusual. I was unique. I was special.
Wow.
And I was appreciated.
You were good at it quick.
Yeah. I had a natural inclination towards it. And I was obsessed with it. So I was obsessed with it, so I was training every day, all day long. And then my instructor recognized it really early on, so he allowed me to train there for free. And just I would teach classes. Teaching classes helped me a lot as well, because when you're teaching, you're breaking down techniques and you when you're showing someone how to do it, you're really cementing those pathways in your own mind.
Yeah, that's right. That must be an important step on the road to mastery. I see that clip where Eddie Bravo gave you your black belt. You were very moved by that. Like, so for me, that like moments like that, it must connect you to the beginning of the journey.
Yeah, that does. Yeah, for sure. But still, the journey of jiu-jitsu is a fascinating one. Because unless you are someone who's, a Salo Vero or a John Machado or just a true master who's dedicated their entire life to it, the journey is so long. It's so long. It's like if you're a guy who runs, you like to run. I like to run a mile 3 or 4 days a week. No big deal. But then your next door neighbor's an ultra marathon runner is preparing for the Moab 240, where he's going to run 240 miles. You're never going to catch up the same amount of times, and you should always defer to that person when you have questions about running. And that's how it is with jiu-jitsu. Like, I'm a black belt, but I'm not a black belt like John Machado is a black belt. There's levels even to that. So I always have questions. So the journey is never over. It's always long. There's always a better way to get out of an arm bar or a better way to set up a triangle or whatever it is. There's one of the beautiful things about jiu-jitsu is that it's so complex. There's so many variables. There's so many situations and interactions and exchanges and entries and defenses and the way the chain moves together and the correct way to set something up 2-3 steps ahead to know that if you grab the lapel this way, the guy's gonna try to shake this, which exposes that, and then the next defense will expose this, and then you keep going and going and going and going until you get them.
It's so beautiful to watch that, because it's like as if there's a pre-existing net or grid of interrelated signs that will work together. And like as a white belt, I've got 3 stripes now. I was really hoping that by the time I came back on it, I'd have a blue belt. And I could be
Closing in on it.
I'm
How often do you train?
I'm training 3 times a week private, and I'm attending 2 classes. And what I've done,
Great.
thanks a lot. And what's a significant step for me is like I don't try just in the handshake to manipulate them into going easy. So, God, you look so lovely. Step. All right, off we go then.
You try to manipulate
Just a subtle gesture or something like that.
Right. Just trying to take it easy on me. Come on, don't hurt me.
Come on,
Do
look
you
at
avoid big people?
Yeah, sometimes like I try to stay down that white belt end of the room, but like now the more I do it, like the more they coax me up there. Great big giant men. Like there's a guy that goes like the sort of one up Aaron, like the hard end purple belt above. Dave, Paul Busby, and like there's people like their hands and their feet look different to my hands and feet, as different their hands and feet are as different from mine as mine are to my daughters.
Right.
And I feel like, how am I supposed to ever do anything with these people? Like hard water, like drowning in hard water. The way they move and fold around me. I'm like, oh, well, I just, what am I supposed to do with other white belts is that what I feel is like there is my ego comes back in, because there I feel like, no, I should be getting something. The first time I got choked out by another white belt, I felt like I went into a room I'd not been in since I was 16, getting my head kicked in bus stops, you know, stuff like that. I felt like I was quiet for 24 hours, just sitting and reflecting. Oh shit! And I just think like, this is combat sport. This happens. You're going to experience. Right. So this doesn't mean I'm a bad person. That I failed. No, you're going to have to get used to that.
Yeah. You get used to humiliation. You get used to defeat, but it's that humbling is very good for you. You know. I don't know how many times I've been tapped out in my life, but it's probably more than 1,000. Probably thousands. You know.
And that, and you sit there while I tell you about jiu-jitsu. And the other thing that's been good about it is like when it is the other way. Like I remember like a guy that was a big guy on top of me, and like he was in mount, right? And I likely applying a submission, but there's just the sheer discomfort of having someone there, their body, their sweat, their hair, their abdomen, their reproductive organs, their digestive system, feces in their bowel. On top of it, I just nearly tapped out of that. But then he went to move to get armbar. I thought, hang on a second, there's a moment, and I escape from that, and like the amount of energy that releases, like, fuck you, justice. No, I win.
Justice. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's a very saddest thing that someone used to catch you with. Like, say if someone's really good at taking your back, choked you a couple times, and then one time they take your back, but you defend and you get out. You're like, I got out.
Yes.
Like, oh, there's an escape. I can make this. I'm getting better.
I love being in the cave, that mental space, because my technique was, I'm not good at that. Never bother trying. I'm not good at that kind of stuff. Never bother trying. So for me, at this stage in my life, to go and do something that I'm not good at, that's with other men, that's competitive, that involves so much vulnerability and failure and learning, I'm thinking, well, you're growing. You've got to be growing. So you're doing stuff that you never would have done before. Even turning up at a new place like I'm doing here in LA and making those new relationships and doing that, it's amazing for me. Another thing I'm into is the integrity of it, right? It was Chris Clear, black belt under Roger Gracie, right? UK, my teacher. Like, if he gave me a blue belt, that would look good, man. And it would be videoed. I would tweet it. It would be everywhere. Oh, Russell Brand got blue belt. This shit must work. But no, he doesn't do it out of integrity and respect for that. It means more to him, evidently, than the act of kindness. So like, what is nice to belong to something that has protected and valuable systems. You did say to me you could go by the end of the year, blue belt, I think. But like, it's not dished out. Like, it's nice to know that there's some kind of order, an area where celebrity manipulation should protect.
Anyone that gives out a bad belt, it's very bad for their integrity. It's the school would lose face so badly in the community. And you meet someone who's a Hicks and Gracie brown belt. That motherfucker is a Hicks and Gracie brown belt. He's as legit as they get. They don't get any more legit. Like, if you got to that point of Hicks and Gracie gives you a brown belt, it's irrefutable. And that's how it should be. And this is a beautiful thing about the art form, is that it has this self-correcting sort of aspect to it, that when you roll, when you spar with each other, your ability or lack of is exposed, and there's no other way around it. Yeah.
That's good to not avoid that.
Yeah, no, you got
avoid that reality.
But you'll be better. You're a fit guy. You're a healthy guy. If you just keep going, get off that fucking vegan diet, keep going.
I watched a documentary called "What the Health." Have you seen it?
It's filled with a lot of propaganda.
Propaganda. Damn, those guys again, like the Nazis. I remember it.
They used a lot of discredited studies, and there's a lot of epidemiology studies that'll connect things.
Epidemiology, what does that mean, like an epidemic?
No, we could pull up what the actual
it's about time Jay pulled something up.
epidemiology, but the way I would describe it is they would do these studies, and essentially it would be they would ask you what you eat on a daily basis, how often you eat meat, and it's basically survey. And in that survey, they would say, well, there's a direct correlation between people that eat meat and diabetes.
I see.
But the problem is, what is causing here? A branch of medicine which deals with incidence distribution and possible control of diseases and other factors relating to health. So when they're dealing with incidents, right? They're dealing with how often do you eat red meat? How often do you eat this? How often do you eat that? And then they find, oh, well, there's more instances of diabetes in people that eat meat. Okay, but is it people that eat meat and vegetables, or is it people that eat meat and vegetables and Diet Coke and sugary sodas and ice cream and French fries? And how are they eating their meat? Are they eating cheeseburgers from some bullshit fast food place, or are they eating grass-fed steak? Are they eating grass-fed steak and vegetables? And there's very little evidence that shows there's anything wrong with eating meat if you follow a normal, healthy, what they would call a primal diet. Meaning, cut out all the grains, cut out all the sugar, cut out all the bullshit. Eat vegetables and meat, and there's almost nothing. I mean, unless you have some very unusual, rare condition where you're either allergic to meat, or you have some very strange digestive system where you have allergies to it, or you have real problems digesting it, or you have real problems with high cholesterol foods, which is very, very rare as well. Again, the people that want other people to be convinced that the way that they're living is the correct way, and that eating meat is physically bad for you and is causing all these harms. What's causing all the harm for people physically is the modern American diet, and that's been pretty established.
Yes, that's right. And there are clear ethical reasons to be vegan, in that it takes you out of the exploitation of animals. But that documentary, that I watched, was like, not a vegetarian for years. And this, like, I've gone back and forth to veganism because I thought, God, Jesus Christ, man, there's not things in my life I'm not doing without not being able to have that egg without feeling guilty.
You can have pasture-raised eggs if you get them from a good farm. The chickens are just hanging out.
I've got chickens in my garden. I'm not confident in these animals. And
Why?
Anyway, well, one by one, slowly, my dogs are eliminating the gift of life.
I've had that a few times. Terrible. I lost 9 of them to coyotes just last month, maybe 2 months ago.
That's a pretty heavy.
So it's a heavy toll. Yeah. Well, we had a fire out here, and the chicken coop burned down. We got a smaller chicken coop, and the coyotes figured out how to get into it when we all came on. Just feathers everywhere. It's disgusting.
It's brutal.
They're brutal little monsters. These coyotes.
Yeah.
But,
ungovernable.
they're the reason why we don't have rats everywhere, too.
All right, so that's the circle of life.
Yeah.
Lion King was right. So, like, hey, though, the thing about that vegan documentary, mate, is that it tuned in to my pre-existing belief when it said stuff like, the Diabetes Association, they are funded by these meat and dairy organisations. and these pharmaceutical companies, the cancer organisations, similarly accepts donations from these organisations. It made me recognize, like, my pre-existing idea that I come to it with is, like that whole pyramid of these are the things you should eat: bread, milk. It just were the things that it was easy to achieve, to produce, and that were profitable.
They used to think that. They really did. They used to think that bread and grains were the most important
Do
thing.
you think they felt that?
I think they did. I think they thought it was filling and it provided energy, and I don't think they understood. Well, there's no talk of gluten intolerance when we were young. It didn't exist, and there was no understanding of excess carbs, and how excess carbs leads to excess body weight and makes you store fat. People didn't think about it that way. They didn't understand. The thing about nutrition is, the nutrition science is it's a body of knowledge that's constantly added to.
Yeah, and in fact, perhaps most things are. Who knows what misapprehensions and ignorance we toil under that will be revealed to us. Do you do any, I feel like I've heard you talk about hormone stuff?
Yeah, I do hormone replacement therapy.
What type of things?
Testosterone and human growth hormone.
Do you have to give yourself a jab in the ass?
Yeah, you get it in the thigh.
You won't do the arse out of simple pride.
No, it doesn't matter.
That's from Mrs. Rogan. I don't touch that.
Your thigh's right there. It's easy to grab. When you're reaching back, putting your ass, it's just like awkward.
Too vulnerable.
Yeah, but they also have.
You're taking so you're taking growth hormone.
Mm-hmm.
You not noticed any negative side effects or?
No. Well, you have to get your blood monitored. When you're doing something like that, this is also, if you're a person that has addiction problems, which I don't necessarily have them as much with well, you saw with video games. You got here with the video game problem that I have.
Yeah, you're frantic. You emerged out of that dark room. You and your pals, sweaty and pie-eyed and baffled by the real
very
world.
Fun too. Martial arts. I've been addicted to martial arts. I've been addicted to playing pool. I get addicted to getting good at things. I get very addicted to things. If there's something that I get obsessed with, like jiu-jitsu or whatever it is, I get obsessed. And that's all I think about all day long. It's not healthy. But with hormones, you want to make sure that you don't overdose yourself. You want to make sure that you stay within a very narrow range where you have what are the healthy levels of a person that's in their late 20s. That's really what you want. You don't want to have hyperhuman levels, which some people do.
Hyperhuman, you're going to create an odd ecosystem.
Well, you're fucking up your body, man. You're just jolting yourself with all this extra shit. What are you about to take?
Sweet lady thyroid. Is that part of your system?
Yeah, I have. I take Armor thyroid. It's actually made from pig's thyroid.
What do you mean pig's thyroids now?
Yeah.
But hold on, what's happened to the pig?
Dead.
They're long gone. They're not still struggling with a lack of thyroid.
Yeah.
Teetering about all the mess escalated. Well, it's like, so, yeah, I'm interested in this hormone stuff. I'm interested in that. But, you know, me, I've got to be very, very, like, cautious about mood altering stuff.
Yeah, but if you have the exercise regimen that you're talking about, I don't think you're gonna have
Got to get that belly bell up. I'm gonna do what it takes.
Yeah,
Bring me the pig. I'll suck that thyroid out of it directly.
you should eat eggs though, man. You really should. You should eat some animal protein. Now, I mean, if you oppose the moral aspect of killing an animal, which I totally understand and appreciate, and that's what led me to become a hunter in the first place, is that I was really uncomfortable watching these animal rights videos of factory farming. I thought it was disgusting. I was like, I don't want to participate in this.
Yeah, it's reprehensible.
Hunting is a different thing, man. To me, hunting is this intense, it's very spiritual in a way. I mean, people don't get it because they see you celebrating when it's over, because it's very, very, very difficult to close in on a wild animal.
What are you hunting?
Mostly elk. Elk's my favorite for two reasons. One, it's very delicious, super nutritious. Also, if I shoot one elk, I could eat it for like 8 months.
What is it, freezing them?
Oh, yeah, freezing them.
So you're out stalking an elk on the plain.
Yeah.
Where are you? Like near where you live? You just go about. You travel on bikes. How do you follow
you can. You do travel on bikes if you white tail hunt. A lot of times you go into the woods with bikes because they don't leave the scent the way your feet do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and animals don't associate the sound of a bike the way they associate it with like the sound of stepping bipedal hominids.
They've evolved, right? Bipedal.
Yeah, they see you on a bike, they don't even freak out as much.
Delightful. Never seen that
Like,
before.
what's that?
Wow, my brain!
What are these things? Yeah.
So, elk, are they like herd animals? You just see like a herd.
Yeah, you see a herd of them and try to figure out which way the wind's blowing and try to get close. So, is this a video of us? Yeah, this.
Oh, wow.
It's from
What view from the place?
uh,
You can see the harmony of nature.
Yeah. Now,
Now, the thing is with me, I see that elk there, and I sort of feel like a sort of, I've watched too much Disney.
yeah.
You know, like I see that elk, from like Bambi, literally. You know, I don't have it like itself.
Those laid out. Yeah.
Like say like I from that position I couldn't like I would love the game of being able to, because actually I've had to go down gun ranges. It turns out I'm a pretty good shot, and it's nice to see that thing come back with like holes around his abdomen and his head.
Right.
I think satisfied. There, you've been dealt with paper man. But like the elk, I couldn't me that I couldn't deal with the feeling of after it was shot. I like it. I was thinking about it, the sentimentality of it. I've sentimentalized it. Now, at least I don't eat meat and stuff like that, so it's not like I have all those feelings of I can handle it in a packaged, portioned off way.
Yeah.
It's just I feel too much like, oh, that creature. So what in your head when you're doing it, when you're pulling the trigger, you're not having what's going on in your mind?
Well, you only are hunting these mature animals that have already passed on their genes. You also are recognizing that if you're not killing these things, it's not like they're going to live forever. Right? They live a short life with a very violent death. It's either wolves or mountain lions or bears or something's going to take them out.
Yeah.
What you're doing is essentially dipping your toe into the natural world. And I've heard the argument that, well, this is ridiculous because everyone can't do that. If everyone went out and hunted all the animals, there'd be no animals left, which is true. But not everyone. And so I don't,
You can't really use that if everyone did it argument.
It's a good argument because if you're encouraging people to hunt, it is kind of a good argument because it's not realistic. It's not sustainable. The other thing to recognize is that the reason why most of this wildlife exists in the first place, a lot of it was wiped out in the early 20th century from what they call market hunting. In the late 19th century, early 20th century, they didn't have refrigeration. They didn't have the same sort of large-scale agriculture that we have today. But somebody would either have to hunt it for you, and you would go to the market and get that hunted food, or you would go out and do it yourself. And they basically wiped out most of the wildlife in North America to the point of extinction. Whitetail, deer, elk, they've been extirpated from the majority of their range in North America and only been replaced in a few other places. But the places where they've been replaced, it's all through money that was generated through hunting tags. All through billions and billions of dollars. There's a thing called the Robert Pickman, I think that's what it's called, Act, where 10%, if you buy hunting gear and equipment, 10% of that money goes to habitat restoration, making sure that rangers and forest people get funded. So there's the Fish and Game Department gets funded, and also population conservation, making sure populating certain areas with elk and deer. And this has all been done through the money that's generated through hunting.
Yeah, I can see that there's looking at my own feelings towards it, I can see that there's a potentially I'm bringing a sentimentality to the idea of animals that's like anthropomorphic.
Yes.
Like oh, you can't kill that. What about its babies? You know, like I'm thinking about things like that. But what I live in a rural area in Britain where like hunting is normal, and I wouldn't. Agriculture is normal, and I wouldn't get very far if I was sort of like, you can't shoot those pheasants. Look at their feathers; they're beautiful. You know what I mean? Like it wouldn't. It's not a helpful attitude. So whilst I reckon, like in myself, I couldn't do that because like I don't. It messes me up on a sort of feels like a very sort of deep visceral level. You know, like but I feel that this is precisely the kind of territory where we have to look at acknowledging and tolerating difference between us. This is where I feel like the sort of these ossified, polarized positions between right and left are starting to take root, because if someone like me who don't eat meat, don't eat animal products and wouldn't hunt for ethical reasons starts trying to impose on other people, now you shouldn't hunt because of this, that, have you not watched Bambi? You know, like that's going to mean that people aren't able to explore who they are. I've let go of judging people around things that I don't agree with, because I reckon